appearances throughout the night and post-game fireworks. Get your tickets for the fireworks night at OmahaStormChasers.com.
Omaha Storm Chasers family. Everyone get on your feet, stir up the storm with family.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Shop Woodhouse Place Hyundai and Nissan, 144th and Giles. KOZN, Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. You just crossed him over. Danced him. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover. John and Josh are here. Hello.
Hey.
So I was asking this earlier. At what point in the season, this is across all sports, do you start to admit to yourself that your team is bad?
Oh.
Now, some of this goes with expectation, right? Maybe you think
Definitely.
the team's going to be bad.
Definitely.
And it's like, yes, it's confirmed. We're 3 weeks into the season.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't think you can define it. It's just there's just a feel.
I think you just hit on maybe the most important aspect happen. That's your expectations coming in. So, for example, let's say you expect your team in baseball to contend for the World Series, but they're hovering around 500 a month in. I don't think it's time yet to say that they're bad because it's a long season. Agreed. But if you expected them to be like the Reds are this year and they are like the Reds are through a month, I think it's okay to admit they are bad.
Yes.
I was saying that last year Nebraska football was bad after they lost to Illinois. But that's because I had.
But you're also saying that before the season.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But then they kind of became good for a second, even though they didn't win any. They didn't win any games. They were better than they were at Illinois.
They were close.
They were better than they were at Illinois.
I would agree there.
Yeah.
The
Oklahoma game, for example.
Yeah,
the Oklahoma game
way outplayed what I thought. Way outplayed, yeah.
Because we were all wondering, what was that spread like?
17?
16,
2.5
17,
touchdowns.
18,
I have it.
Something like that. And
it was less than the preseason line was.
Right.
Because I got it in Iowa last year. In May of last year, I took Nebraska or Oklahoma minus 20.5.
Right.
22.5.
That's what it closed at?
That's what I have.
What? Wow.
Are you sure?
I thought it was 17 by the time that the game played. Let me go to Oddshark.
I don't know when I pulled the number.
See, I think that was the preseason line.
Yeah, that sounds like the preseason line.
I went back and did this. Like, I was making this spreadsheet as we went along last year.
I'm gonna look up because I have the data. I have a database that has all the
like the Oddshark.
Yeah, the Oddshark database will tell you what the line closed.
It says 22.5. Wow, I'm sorry for doubting you. Wow.
Apology not accepted.
Wow, 22.5. I mean, go to predictions, John, the Friday before. Go find predictions September 17th.
Yeah.
Because that would have had the number.
For some reason, I had it in my head that line was around 17.
I thought that's what it was, yeah. But I guess not. Here, I'll pull up predictions from that week, from that Friday. Gosh, I'm just way off on this. There it is, Nebraska plus 22. Holy crap. They easily covered that number.
They covered.
Wow. Easy cover.
They covered like 6 weeks in a row there.
Here's one of our prop bets that we did that week, Happer. Will Nebraska commit a special teams turnover?
Well, does getting an extra point blocked and taken back for 2 count?
That's a great question.
I mean, technically it doesn't.
How about this? Spencer Rattler, passing yards. Wow, that was early in the season.
Must have hit the under on that.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
He wasn't that good then.
Yeah, it was 325.
Well, they didn't have the ball very much.
They did not have the ball very much.
No, they didn't.
That was a weird game.
That was a very
weird game.
Very odd game. I don't remember too much about. I remember the blocked extra point, and I remember an Omar Manning touchdown and an interception by Oklahoma.
It was one of those games where you were straddling the line the entire game of like, we don't actually have a chance to win this, right? But then also we kind of do.
Yeah, had the ball, right? They had the ball late in the game, down a score, but it's like with 90 yards to go. And the same thing happened against Illinois in week 0.
Nebraska, by the way, for those of you keeping track, was 7-5 against the spread last year.
Yeah, they covered a lot.
They covered 5 in a row.
They covered
so after Illinois, they covered 5 in a row.
Fordham, Buffalo, Oklahoma, Michigan State, Northwestern, and then they pushed Michigan, right?
No, technically they did not. They lost. It was 2.5.
Yeah, that one was depending on where you got the number.
Yeah.
Because it was at one point, I think 3.5. So Nebraska covered that. But then, it also was 2.5. Yeah.
And then they were only 14.5 win underdogs to Ohio State.
And they easily covered that one.
They covered that number too.
Yeah. The only time that one was in play was, I believe, near the end of the first half, Ohio State got a touchdown to go up by 14, but then Nebraska went right back down the field.
They had the long Toure touchdown.
Yeah. And they went right back down the field, and that's how
well, it would have been in play too had if Ohio State would have scored on their last drive. Instead, they
kneeled it out.
They kicked the field goal.
They kicked it, yeah.
They kicked the field goal to make it 9.
Speaking of
weird
moments,
long field goal too, as I recall, like a 49 yarder.
Remember when they inexplicably passed, and I don't remember who got to their quarterback, but the ball suddenly was fumbled, and it was like bouncing on the turf for what seemed 2 minutes.
Yes,
like the ball's right there.
Yeah.
And I believe wasn't Casey Rogers in on that play?
I think he might have been the fumble forcer.
I believe he was.
And the thing about that was,
man,
if they would have picked it up,
they could have scored.
They could have taken it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Wow.
Yeah. So they had some great covers against like Ohio State and Oklahoma, and then some just atrocious non-covers against like the Purdue one,
Illinois.
Of course, the Illinois one, and the Minnesota.
I mean, that's I mean, not to open that whole thing up, but like that is pretty much the Frost era. They've had these games where it's like, wow, that was a great performance. This is awesome. And then you mix that in, you pepper in like the Minnesota game, each of the last 3 years.
I was going to say all of
the Minnesota games except for year 1.
Yep.
The Illinois games for the last 2 years. I mean, just inexplicably, like, what happened?
The Illinois game in 2020.
Correct.
That began with the stupid fumble.
They were 16.5-point favorites and lost by 18.
I bet on Nebraska in that game. And, I mean, that was one literally after the first drive where I was like, this was going back to your question to start that crossover. Yeah. I was like, wow, this was the dumbest bet I've ever made. I thought they were going to kill them.
Because that was the McCaffrey, the screen pass, right?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, that game was just garbage.
Sorry, it was Garrett Nelson who forced the fumble.
The ball's just rolling
and the
rolling
ball
and
was
rolling
just
and rolling
on the field. Now, you gotta. It's a little hard sometimes to back it up, but yeah, Garrett Nelson comes in, gets his arm on it, and the ball is just laying there.
Oh man!
The ball.
Like, why is nobody around?
There. Yeah.
Is a pass play, so a defensive back would have been like the nearest person because it was up against the sideline.
Yeah,
right. And that would have been the go-ahead touchdown.
God,
if they had been running like a screen route to that, a screen to that sideline, it's like a scoop and score.
Yep,
for Nebraska.
Man,
yeah.
Last season, what a weird.
The last two,
yeah. I mean, really, all the Frost era has been strange in its own right, but yeah, the last two have been just bonkers. The Minnesota game that you mentioned from 2020, that was another one. I think we did overreaction together after that game. And that was one where that was the one that made you the angriest because it was really windy, right? And they kept throwing the ball.
They kept throwing it.
And then Minnesota just ran down their throat.
Well, and Minnesota had
trying to remember that game.
Minnesota had no players available.
That's right. That's half the roster.
Right. Yes. Yeah. That was the game where
and they refused to run it at them. They had like 240-pound defensive linemen playing.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah. No, that is still the least excused loss that Nebraska's had under Scott Frost. There was no excuse. That team was depleted, and Minnesota essentially won that game by 2 scores, or would have won that game by 2 scores. Yeah, that was complete and utter ineptitude.
I cobbled together a list of all the losses like that.
Ooh, what do you define it? Like, do you have a name for them?
I'll find it.
Okay.
I'll find it. But yeah, basically I categorized here we go. So I categorized all the losses. So those games, the 2020 Illinois, 2020 Minnesota, I have them in the category of were favored or should have won, but didn't really show up at all.
That's a good way to describe.
There was 4 of those games: 2020 Illinois, 2020 Minnesota, and 2018 Troy.
Oh, that game.
And 2018 Purdue.
It's a winnable game.
It's a winnable game. My favorite category was it doesn't make any sense whatsoever how Nebraska lost these games. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And actually, I don't think this
does it include last year.
It does. It doesn't include the majority of last year because I tweeted this out on September 27th.
Oh, so you need to do an update to it.
You need to update the list.
So one more at least goes on there.
So what do you have in there?
2018 Northwestern.
Yes, that was insane.
They were up by
10 points with like 2 minutes to go.
Yep.
Against Northwestern.
And they gave up a 99-yard drive.
99-yard drive.
Yep. Colorado 19.
Yes. Oh.
2019 Indiana.
They were up 14-3.
Yep.
They were kicking their asses.
Same thing in 2019 Purdue.
Oh God. That's what did they do at the 1 yard line? They shovel pass?
No, that was the reverse they ran, wasn't it? Or an end around?
Hey, I thought they did. Maybe they did both.
So Darian Daniels picks up and he almost scores. It would have made it, I think, 14-0.
Yeah.
And then they ended up kicking a field goal. And it was 10-0.
They dominated that whole first half. Dominated.
David Bell, like they ran some kind of a gadget.
Oh no, I was talking about Nebraska. I think they did a shovel pass at the 1 yard line and got stuffed. I think.
Yeah.
Greg and Lincoln, if you're listening, you probably remember.
2019 Iowa.
Oh God.
That was the
they had the ball up right at the end.
And they
went 3 and out or something, or was it tied?
It was tied,
and they did the quarterback stuff, right? They kept
and
running.
They were messing with Adrian. Didn't go out of bounds, or did go out of bounds, and wasn't supposed to go out of bounds,
right?
To run the clock. And there was so Iowa ended up getting the ball back, and they still needed help from a penalty.
Yeah, they
got
get
in field goal range.
Was it a pass interference or something? Got them down the field, and then
if you go watch
Duncan blue kisses.
If you go watch the last 2 minutes of that game, it is a nightmare.
Yes,
it is a nightmare.
Unorganization.
Unorganization. 2020 Northwestern and 2021 Michigan State.
Okay, so I did it after that game.
So I made this after the Michigan State game. I would add 2021 Iowa as well.
Yes.
I don't know if I told you the story, Happer. I did the overreaction with Gary after the Michigan State game last year, and he had some beer in here, and I couldn't have one to start because my stomach was hurting. I was like, I was worried that I was going to throw up.
How in the hell did that happen?
I was like, I don't know if I can talk right now. I was worried that I was going to throw up. That game was trash. Bad. Very, very bad.
So
that Northwestern game was weird. Didn't somebody threw an interception off a helmet? Did like Luke McCaffrey drop back and threw a pass and it hit somebody's helmet?
Yeah.
This program. My God. You need to update this. There's some content for tomorrow.
So that's 8 of the 29 losses are just inexplicable.
And that's not even including some other ones from last year. You know, I'd be curious as to how you would categorize like the Michigan game last year.
That one I would probably put in the okay, so here are the categories.
Okay.
And this is once again not completely updated, but I think you could fit all the losses into these categories. Didn't really show up, but probably wouldn't have won anyway.
Okay.
18 Michigan, 19 Ohio State, 19 Minnesota, 20 Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
Actually competed, played well enough, just didn't win. Parentheses moral victories.
Yeah, would you put probably
Michigan's probably in there.
Michigan's in there.
Michigan would
Oklahoma
be in there.
probably and Ohio State last year.
Ohio State's in there.
Yeah.
I had 2021 Oklahoma, 2018 Iowa, 2018 Ohio State, 2018 Wisconsin.
Yeah. So good performances against actual good teams. You could throw the Wisconsin game in there from last year. They played really well in that game, all things considered.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then you learn after that Adrian has like a,
yeah.
That's it.
Torn labrum, can't move his arm.
What? By the way, he was like totally dead at halftime, and then he was fine after that. They gave him the good stuff.
Oh
the
yeah,
shot.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever they put in his jaw, they put in his shoulder.
So then the other two categories that I mentioned, which were favored or should have won but didn't really show up, that's a bad category in and of itself. And then it doesn't make any sense whatsoever how they lost. And then there's one more category, which is too many turnovers or special teams blunders, but somehow less infuriating than the category that we just went through.
Is would you put the Iowa game from last year in that? Where would category
actually
would that
maybe
game go into?
Yeah.
Because I mean that was a turnover and the block punt.
The 2021 Iowa game actually goes into both of the most maddening categories, which probably makes it the most maddening out of all of them. In that category was 18 Colorado. They lost the turnover battle in that game 3-0.
Game.
19 Wisconsin, 20 Iowa, 21 Illinois.
Yeah, I think 21 Iowa could go into that one. It's down to that.
So,
I know John and I had the debate at some point throughout the offseason of which loss was worse, the Iowa loss or the Michigan State loss. And for a while, I was leaning Iowa, but I do think that he convinced me it's the Michigan State.
It makes it way worse.
You did not allow a first down in the entire second half, and it was a one-score game at halftime.
They were the only team all year.
There's no excuse for
to do
Zero.
anything against Walker.
Right.
Yeah.
They
shut him down.
I have never, ever seen a team hold another team without a first down for the entire second half of a game where it was that close and they lost. It's just it's inexcusable. Inexcusable.
Even with your backup core. Well, I mean, Logan was only out there for a drive, but Adrian, that was the game he broke his jaw.
He broke his jaw in that game. Yep.
So Logan does one drive, and Adrian comes back, and he's obviously not good.
Right.
But still.
He had that drive, though, in the second half. They go up by, I think.
Yeah, when they got the lead.
They got the lead, and then they added a field goal, so they were up by 7 points. They're up by a touchdown. Good Lord.
It's all so stupid.
But it makes it worse that two of the worst losses that we can remember, two of the worst losses in the Scott Frost era are both against Iowa. Two of the most inexcusable losses, which was last year Iowa and 19 Iowa.
Yeah.
I mean, those were really,
Though
really
you can make
bad.
the argument with 19 Iowa. Iowa controlled that game for the first half.
Did they?
They did.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
yeah,
true.
they were up two. They were up.
Because I know they did in
multiple
18. I remember I don't remember as much of the
18 was more like we're playing with a little house money.
Definitely.
Yeah.
That was a really good comeback from Nebraska.
19, they were in position where they should have at least taken it to overtime.
Yeah, it should have gone to overtime, but it didn't.
It didn't.
It did not go to overtime.
Jed says, recapping the last two seasons as weird / strange / inexcusable / strange / whatever just makes it more and more obvious that all the people thinking 2022 is going to be a turnaround year can only be right.
Okay. How many of those are where are we at on that?
On what?
How many people think 2022 is going to be this miraculous turnaround?
Define miraculous turnaround
exactly.
because the last poll we did,
a lot of people think bowl.
Yeah, there's a lot of folks that think
at least a bowl game. Is that miraculous?
No.
Or is miraculous is 8 wins miraculous?
It'd be.
I'd say that there is a healthy minority that is in that camp.
I would lean miraculous as.
Do you say 9?
At least 9.
Okay, then that's definitely smaller then.
At least 9.
Yeah.
Because let's see. So the poll question we did.
Yeah, I want to see that.
We were at 49% believe 6-6 or 7-5, and then 15% 8-4 or better. So basically 15% we'll fudge a little bit with the term miraculous, but basically 15% of the audience believes
that's basically what I was asking.
That a miraculous turnaround is going.
And how
to
many
happen.
say less than 6?
The combined
36%?
total is about 37%.
Yeah.
Are going sub 500.
Yeah, I'd say right now probably either 5 or 6.
Yeah, I'm at 5 right now. I'm at 5,
and I don't know what's going to make me feel any differently.
Yeah,
I always say that in May.
I'm just starting from a baseline of 6.
Yeah,
and I'll
you
go from
ding
there.
them every time something bad happens and go like,
yeah.
I'm at 5.7.
I'm just gonna start at 6. Right, that's where
a
I'm
good
at
idea.
right
Everything
now.
dumb or everything good, you add a 10th. So it's
I like
6.1 or 5.9 because then you just round up or round down, and that's how you decide on your number.
Your baseline is 5, and you're going to have to go up 10 points.
I would say
get to 6.
If I can get up 0.6 points, then I would round up to 6 wins.
To 6.
So I need them to do 6 good things and no more bad things this offseason.
This is starting now. This is post O'Shawn Mathis.
Yes, starting now.
So starting right now,
May 4th.
Starting right now, we're going to ding them for every bad thing, a 10th of a point.
Yes.
And we're going to bounce. Well, but can there be varying degrees?
Yeah, and what counts as bad?
What if we? I mean, this is an extreme, ludicrous suggestion, but just let me throw this out there. Let's say because Georgia Southern is returning all this experience, that secretly behind the scenes, Frost has been trying to get out of that game because
that would be -1.
See, that's what I mean. There's varying degrees of good and bad, right?
Yes.
Or what if the kid from Pitt does follow?
Addison.
Is that a whole win or is that a half a win?
I think that's worth a half of a win.
Really?
Nah, that's probably worth a full win.
Oh, no. It's not worth that much.
0.75 wins?
No. I'm looking like it. two or three tenths.
A quarter of a win.
You got to remember, he's one wide receiver. Nebraska's got 18 wide receivers.
That's true.
And they like their wide receivers.
They're big fans of their wide
receivers.
receivers.
So I don't know if it would be a huge bounce, but anyway.
Yeah.
So
what if they're like Richard Torres is our starting quarterback?
Half a win down.
-2 wins. No offense, Rich. No offense.
All right, so we'll start this.
I like this idea. I'm
starting at a baseline of 5. I'm starting, and Connor's starting at a baseline of 6. And from henceforth, all news. We will assign.
I like this.
I mean, it may be like little tiny stuff like, Scott Frost sprained his wrist changing a flat tire.
Yeah. Well, what if the plane gets delayed when they're going overseas?
Oh, that matters.
That's like 5 1,000ths of a point.
I love this. This will be a great exercise.
The facility is delayed 6 months.
Oh no!
That's like 30% of a win.
Somebody flew the American flag upside down on the crane that's building the facility. 0.006 points down.
Everything matters.
Yeah, it does.
Everything
All right,
matters.
so that's our new. Anytime we get news, we will assign it.
This is scientific.
Some kind of a point total.
I'm actually genuinely curious to see where it lands.
I am too. This will be awesome.
Well, by the time we get to August, Connor, we're going to be at like 6.0008 wins, and Josh will be at 5.000.
Now, when they officially announce Casey Thompson, is that worth anything? Is it worth any wins? Or are you just assuming that he's the starter?
Yeah, I'm assuming he's the starter.
So it'd have to be a different quarterback for you to adjust.
I think so.
Positively or negatively.
Right.
If they were like, it's Chubba.
Yeah, I think that would make it go down.
Ooh, tough look for Chubba. Damn.
Well, yeah, and you're hoping there's no injuries or anything. And by the way, this includes any new guys in the transfer portal.
What if Scott Frost is like, I am relinquishing all of the offensive responsibility to my good friend Mark Whipple, and I will never go near it again.
Wow. I don't know what that's worth.
It's like a half a win up.
You think?
Right?
Wow.
It could be. He's onto something.
Yeah, you might be right.
It could be worth a half a win.
Jordan says major ding for no Maga Herbie on the field. That's got to be worth like 2 wins.
New turf plus point.
New turf. That's a good one.
Now,
but I guess they've already done it.
Yeah, the turf's already in. So we've already known.
But what about when the turf hype video comes out? Or do we already do the turf?
Uniform announcement. What's that going to be worth?
Yeah, hype videos.
Yes. Hey, they practiced yesterday.
Yeah, the first hype video where we see Omar Manning making a nice catch.
Casey Thompson makes an award watch list.
Are September 11th uniforms a point or taking points?
I don't think they'll be doing the 9/11 uniforms this year.
I would hope not.
Wow.
Whoa. Oh, because it was the anniversary last year.
Well, no, because
that makes sense.
Because they played on 9/11.
Why would they celebrate 21 years?
They're not playing.
Remember, not so. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Not so.
Great face masks again for the Oklahoma game.
Oh, up 2 wins.
Stripes back on the pants.
Oh.
All right. So we've come to a conclusion. That's what we're going to do. We're going to assign points now for every news story.
And one more, whenever the schedule for overreaction comes out, there are listeners who are superstitious and they're like, oh, Gary and Damon are on a game, automatic loss. So I think we're going to have to look at the bigger overreaction schedule and we're going to have to apply losses with those.
You're saying big red overreaction schedule release?
I think that matters. We should do that. Like
we'll do it on a crossover.
Oh, that would be so funny. And then after the Oklahoma game,
this one will be on Amazon Prime.
We were on the keg one game last year,
and it'll be in London.
We're going
all right, our international series.
I love this idea.
Big Red Overreaction International Series.
Dave says he's setting the over under for the 1620 SCR index closing the day before Northwestern at 4.75.
Whoa, what? That's you guys?
It's going to go down a whole win and a quarter.
Whoa.
Wow. Come on.
Wow.
Come on. We'll be nice. It all depends on the news. We just need good news.
One more thing then. Should we take our number? So you guys are at 6, I'm at 5. That's 17. Should we divide that by 3 and that should be the number right now? So then when we decide this, it can always just be a nice number that we're using together collectively? What do you think about
like
that?
An aggregate?
Yeah. So because 17 divided by 3 is 5.6. You can round up to 5.7. Should we start it at 5.7 wins?
Why do we have to pay for you?
Yeah, for your negativity.
Well,
why do we have to pay for this?
Negative boys. The negative boys. Sorry. All right, fine. We'll just do
we each have our own.
Okay,
And
we each have our
declare
own.
what means
And
what.
this will be how we determine our preseason prediction.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'll come in after the jerseys get released, and I'll be like, "Hey, man, I just went up 0.2," and you guys will be like, "What the hell are you talking about?"
I hate those uniforms. I'm down 0.2.
Yeah, see, this is the problem. Is Connor's going to have a different grading scale than Josh,
and we'll all come up with different numbers.
That'll be fun. That'll be
all
fun.
right.
It'll make that Friday.
All right,
we're
each doing our own point system.
All right, I need to put this on the board.
I can't wait.
Put it on the list.
Good stuff.
X.
All right, guys.
All right, Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New
Happy
Year.
New Year.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Nick does not agree.
Wow.
Oh, you don't agree?
I wasn't paying attention most of it.
Wow. Awesome.
Wow.
Thank you.
I was working on something.
Yeah.
He was working.
Yeah, he's making a weird Photoshop.
You're welcome.
Just so odd.
And you're using the wrong one, by the way. I told you you'd use Jar Jar.
Misa, sorry, John.
Don't you do that to me, John.
You look like a Jar Jar to me.
Wow.
Darth
May the
Jar Jar.
fourth be with you on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Another cloudy and cool day Wednesday. There could be a few sprinkles in the afternoon, but most of the light rain should hold off until after 7 p.m. in the metro. Highs in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone, live and local, broadcasting 6A to 6P in the Host Coffee Zone studio. Host Coffee, building healthy and happy break room refreshment services to Omaha and Lincoln metro area businesses. Discover a better break room solution for your office at sales@hostcoffee.net.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Planning something fun for your office, family, or friends? Joe's Karting is for you. Take a break. Come to Joe's to race, relax, and recharge. Great for team building. Ditch the speaker and burn some rubber. Trust us, Joe says you'll leave motivated. Joe's Karting race packages range from providing simple stress relief races to the real deal race experience. Check us out at joeskarting.com. Remember, go to Joe's, your place to race.
Naloxone is a drug used to safely reverse an opioid overdose and is now more readily available in Nebraska. I'm Dr. Rob Rhodes, a Nebraska family practice physician. I encourage you to learn how to respond to an opioid overdose and administer naloxone to potentially save a life by getting the free Opie Rescue app for your phone. Be Opie ready. Download Opie Rescue.
Paid for by the CDC. Sponsored by the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services and aired in cooperation with the Nebraska Broadcasters Association and this station.
Car repair is car repair. Most places you go can change your oil or fix your brakes. The difference is the experience you'll get at Omaha Car Care. We're part of the community. We were born here, and we believe that our relationship with you should be built to last. We're going to consult you, not sell you. We're going to give you a free loaner car. We're going to treat you like a valued friend that we want to continue to see in the years to come. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
1180 The Zone is your home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball. The Storm Chasers are in action at Werner Park and beyond with an exciting team filled with future Major League stars. Join Jake Eisenberg for every pitch, every hit, and every out. Tune in and stir up the Storm all season long on 1180 The Zone.
The Storm Chasers are at home versus the Columbus Clippers. The pregame is set for 6:15 and first pitch is at 6:35 on 1180 The Zone. Mustaches for Kids Omaha joins Child Saving Institute to raise money during Mustache May. Support local kids and families by signing up today to become a grower. Register now at m4komaha.com or attend their kickoff event, Clean Shave Thursday at 6 p.m. at Two Fine Irishmen. And let's get growing.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
That's to teach you how to score baseball.
Oh, that doesn't work that way. There doesn't sound a touchdown.
In Scott Frost's world, yes, it's close.
It's a close game.
But in baseball, it's not close.
It's not, no.
7 is not good.
No, they're up by a lot.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
God, I can't believe I'm choosing a Marlins Diamondbacks
Let's
game.
go. It's a close game.
Well,
it's a winnable game.
It is a close game. That's all I can say for it. Ooh, wow, there's actual people in Miami. I can count like
there are dozens of us.
A dozen of them.
Wow.
On the bar telling you where you are in the game,
Mm-hmm.
it tells you what inning is where.
Mm-hmm.
That's really cool.
Look at Nick.
I like that.
Congratulating Rob Manfred on doing something well.
Wait, what?
Hit like the pause button or whatever.
Oh.
Yeah, there's top of the first, bottoms.
Yeah. When you
So you want to go like, hey, I want to watch the start of the.
That's a really cool idea.
Yeah, if there's one thing MLB did really well is when, MLB.TV and just their whole
vibe,
internet. Well, just the whole thing. I think I can't remember what they called it, MLB properties or something, but a lot of people were using their technology for when they started doing streaming platforms because it was so effective. So yeah, it was one smart thing that MLB did was in their technology sector, which is why, unless you live in Iowa and you're blacked out of every game,
Iowa,
MLB TV is a really cool function because you can do so many things with it.
It is a good app.
It's
I will say that.
Really, really good app. BTD on the video stream at 1620thezone.com says, Josh, how would you adjust the win number if the NCAA had suspended Frost for the entire season?
It's a good question.
What would that have
Probably
been worth?
bump it up by a half win, right?
Only a half?
Maybe a full win.
Only a full win?
Maybe. I'm not going to go crazy here. I'd probably bump it up. I mean, I guess it depends on who's the new coach.
It would probably be Chins. He's got seniority.
I know, but I mean, one guy literally is a senior. They might go with him. And then Mickey Joseph is the assistant head coach, right? Would it be him? He's the associate head coach.
Associate head
coach. I almost wonder if it'd be him.
Wow.
Because then you could allow your coordinators to do coordinator things.
See, now
dumb debates.
Now you would have an argument over whether or not that's good or not, because I would go seniority. I would go with Chins. Yeah. Chins has been the longest active, highest ranking assistant.
Now, are you going with that because you don't want like there to be strife within the coaching staff? So
Yeah.
like you kind of make it easy. Like, look, guys, we're just going to go with the longest tenured coordinator, and he is that person.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. I almost wonder, though, if the smart play would be Mickey, associate head coach, and then you allow the coordinators to coordinate still.
Well, the coordinators are coordinating.
No, I know, but then
especially on the defense,
less, you I don't think you want all that extra stuff on Chinz's plate in this alternate reality that we're in.
See, maybe it's not worth as much as you think.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not.
BTD answers. Trev steps down to head coach.
Oh, he pulls a
Barry Alvarez.
Interesting. What if they did like what Bob Stoops did and they brought back Tom Osborne?
Good grief.
Or Frank Solich. Or Bo Pelini.
Do you think Osborne's style would work in 2022?
Oh, good God.
No.
Would Tom Osborne be a good coach in 2022?
Now, that's a tremendous dumb debates question. If Tom Osborne was Nebraska's coach this year, how much better or worse are they compared to having Scott Frost?
Wow. I couldn't even answer that.
It's a tough question.
Not in the moment.
Yeah.
I'd have to see a few things and how they would work and how people would react to it. Because people would they would have reactions.
They'd have a big red overreaction.
They would have some. We might have to do a special edition of Big Red Overreaction if that was the case. I think so.
Well, anyway, welcome to the program, everyone. Sam McEwen's going to join us here in about 10 minutes or so. Mike Schaefer today. And it's a dumb debates on this May the 4th be with you. And we did get a Star Wars related question.
Oh.
So we'll have that. And if you have questions for dumb debates, submit them into the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com or JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
John writes into said Equitable Bank inbox. He says, if Frost were suspended for the full season, I would peg their win total at 8.5 and take the over. I don't care who the acting head coach would be. Getting Frost out of there would be worth that many wins. Wow. That is a lot of wins. That is a lot of random wins.
Which, based on where Nebraska is in the projections for the Big Ten West on the betting sheets, that win total is probably going to be north of 7.
7. That should be coming out any day now, right?
It'll be
Come
it'll
on.
be happening soon.
Come on, folks.
It'll be happening soon.
Release the numbers.
They'll have it for us.
And we have the Big Ten East. Where's the Big
Also,
Ten West?
believe it or not, there's plenty more in NIL. By the way, we can bring back the NIL today.
Oh.
Because NIL now stands for something.
Oh.
And it means it makes sense. We'll explain on the program. Also, there's an athletic director in the Big Ten who thinks he has an idea for partially how to fix all of this.
Oh, awesome.
And the joy of baseball. Plus,
the joy of baseball.
Plus,
I love Bob Ross.
The Warriors Grizzlies series has gotten rather intense.
A little chippy, some would say.
It got chippy last night.
One coach called it dirty.
One coach called it dirty. Another guy used his salary to justify flipping off fans.
Awesome.
So
I love it.
All of that and more here today on the program. If you'd like to join us on the Baylor Shireman hotline, 402-951-1620. He took it over from O'Shawn.
Every time there's a portal edition, they just keep taking over the hotline. I like it.
Yeah, they just take over the hotline.
Yeah.
402-951-1620. Soon you'll be able to text to that number too. Soon. Not now, but soon.
Whoa.
402-951-1620. And again, Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, and JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Joining us in moments will be Mr. Sam McEwen. We will be back with more after this on 1620 The Zone.
Win $5,000 to give your garage a spring makeover. Or a $2,500 gift card from Langfeld Overhead Doors. It's the 5K Garage Makeover. Get all the details and enter to win at 1620thezone.com. From Langfeld Overhead Doors and 1620 The Zone.
Watching a ball game at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is just, well, pretty awesome, actually. And it doesn't matter if you prefer the college dink or the big league crack of the bat, there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, frosty one, Oscar's Pizza, or award-winning char-buffed wings with Oscar's Thai chili bourbon wing sauce. And with daily lunch and dinner specials, it's really a no-brainer. So get ready to watch your favorite team play ball at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road, and takeout at 162nd and Maple.
That's the sound of one of my favorite customers ever. His name's Jeremy. His dad Frank called me when it was time to replace their drafty old windows and to take advantage of our limited time sale. As a dedicated Pella advisor, I make getting new windows and doors simple. And when it comes to installation, nobody does it like Pella. Our local team can typically install in just a day.
For an exclusive offer, go to PellaOmaha.com/radio. Certain restrictions apply. See store for details. Offer ends May 31st.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
French food, and not just small portions and high prices. Les Voltaire is anything but. Come visit Omaha's own little corner of France for mouth-watering appetizers and entrees, plus melt-in-your-mouth desserts. Dinner with friends, special occasions, entertaining clients, or just chilling with French wines and craft cocktails with your favorite someone. Les Voltaire will make you feel right at home, just like they've been doing for more than 2 decades. Les Voltaire just off 156th and West Dodge Road in the Pepperwood Village, and at lesvoltaireomaha.com.
I first got to know Charles when he was one of my earliest supporters and made him the chair of my agriculture advisory committee. You have the chance to elect a die-hard MAGA champion as your governor, Charles W. Herbster.
I promise you, as the governor, I will make Nebraska great again.
Charles W. Herbster, a good man. Get everyone you know and vote for Charles W. Herbster.
Paid for by Herbster for Nebraska. Paid for by Herbster for Nebraska.
As America finally moves towards ending abortion, Charles W. Herbster knows governors must take the next step. Just like President Donald J. Trump delivered on his promises, Charles W. Herbster will protect the unborn.
We will protect innocent life, and we will proudly uphold the Judeo-Christian values of our nation's founding.
Endorsed by President Trump, trusted to fight for pro-life conservative values, Charles W. Herbster, Governor.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis. It is a great time for you to get your golf game back in shape with their director of instruction, Mike Favre. Give him a call at 402-498-0220. Whether it is individual lessons, whether it is group lessons, whether you are a single handicap or have never played golf before, he can help improve the game of golf for you, and thus you will enjoy those rounds when you get out and play. They're located just north of the Dodge on 120th Street, Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Man, I love this station.
On 1620, The Zone.
2 games, 2 flagrant foul, 2 ejections. Congratulations, Grizzlies and Warriors. Just when you thought the NBA playoffs had 0 star power and intrigue, The fights are breaking out.
You said the league is soft. They said, screw you, John Bishop. We'll show you
they were
soft.
I never said they were
you
soft.
You said we don't play defense. How about another under tonight?
Well, they a little too aggressive on the old defense. Dylan Brooks. And it was just 3 minutes into the game.
Dude, brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Little side swipe of Gary Payton. And the funny thing is, he got clocked in the head, but it wasn't his head that got hurt. Is when he landed and he busted his elbow, which means he's going to be out for a while.
Yeah, he will miss the rest of the playoffs
and
more.
The Grizzlies got the win last night, 106-101 to even it up at a game apiece. But I did see that the Warrior Nation was not happy with the officiating last night in said game. And shockingly,
Warrior Nation.
Shockingly, John Morant walking with the basketball. Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
I did indeed see this.
Yeah, he picks up the dribble, 1, 2, 3.
Well, that's more carrying. That was I
that's
call
a
that
carry.
a carry,
That is
not
definitely
so much
a carry,
travel.
But it's both a carry and a travel.
Sure.
I
I thought it was a good no call.
What?
I don't care.
You don't care about the integrity of the game.
No, it's just like they don't call.
I know,
this.
and that's sad. Not to get old,
Well, that's what you're doing, though.
Not to get all anti-NBA, but the whole point is you're supposed to dribble the ball.
Yes,
you're
that's
also
true.
not supposed to carry it like a football. Imagine how different
he
the game of basketball would be if you just said, "Hey, you don't have to dribble anymore."
It'd be very different.
It would be very different.
You'd want to watch the sport. If
Exactly. So why do they keep letting
I
people
don't
get
know.
away with this
I
stuff?
don't know. Why do they allow tampering in college football? I don't know.
Well, this is easier to enforce than tampering.
It should be. It was a weirdly officiated game because that happened, and I thought the foul call on Draymond late in the game was an atrocious call because it's like if you're going to allow something like this, and I know that we're kind of apples and oranges, right? Because one was a foul, no call or a call, whereas this was a not calling a carry by the rule of the rule as it's written. But it was strange, kind of late how the officiating went and how it affected or allowed for Memphis to get a victory. And that's not me, saying conspiracy theories. It was just odd.
Speaking of everybody loves Draymond, he responded to reporters last night as he was walking off the floor. He gave Memphis the bird. He gave the good people of Memphis the bird. And here's how he responded after the game.
After you got hit in the eye when you walked off the court, you flipped off the fans. It looked like, what was going through your mind?
You're going to boo somebody who get elbowed in the eye and face running on blood, you should get flipped off. So I'll take the fine. I'll go do an appearance and make up the money. But it felt really good to flip them off. You're going to boo someone that get elbowed in the eye and blood running down your face? I could have had a concussion or anything. So if they're gonna be that nasty, I can be nasty too. And I'm assuming the cheers was because they know I'll get fined. Great, I make $25 million a year. I should be just fine.
That's the new straight cash homie. It's a straight cash homie for a new era.
You got a humble brag in there. You got the over dramatization of I could have had a concussion there.
Mm-hmm.
You had the if they can be bad, I can be bad. So we cut a wrestling promo on him. He's talking about blood coming out of his face. I mean, he hit all the high points.
Mm-hmm.
He hit all the high points. Good on you, Draymond. That was tremendous.
Mm-hmm.
So this series got a little piss and vinegar.
Oh,
I like it.
Oh, yeah.
I like it a lot.
Jesse says, until the diehard NBA fans complain, they won't change carrying or traveling. Us casual college first fans carry zero weight. It is funny how the people that complain the most about these rules are not even NBA fans.
That's my point. Shouldn't NBA fans? It'd be like a no call in a playoff game.
Unless the stuff is so normalized to NBA fans.
Exactly.
So where when someone like you and me sees stuff that doesn't make any sense.
So bad basketball is normalized.
Apparently, it's bad basketball.
That's bad basketball. That is literally breaking a cardinal rule.
That's
of the
how
game.
I play basketball in my rec center league, and I'd get yelled at.
Well, that's. I don't know if that is bad basketball.
How is it not bad? It is literally breaking a cardinal rule.
It's breaking the rules. That doesn't mean it's bad. It's just breaking the rules.
It's a cardinal rule. It's a fundamental rule of the game. You just said it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
If you took dribbling out of the game, it wouldn't be a fun game to watch.
Well, yeah. I mean, he did dribble, though. He just carried it for a little bit. Can we get to something very important real fast? I know that you.
Well,
you
Sam McEwen's going to be joining us.
Just a tiny little thing. Win totals are available on the FanDuel Sportsbook. Promo code 1620 for college football.
Oh, you should have kept that quiet. We could have teased that.
I won't tell you what the number is, but the win totals are there, and you will be shocked at what I tell you. Shocked, I tell you, about Nebraska's win total.
Well, stand by for that. But coming up next, Sam McEwen joins us from the Omaha World Herald here on 1620 The Zone. ED meds have proven to work to fix erectile dysfunction. What those ads don't show you are the side effects or the fact you have to time every intimate moment to the taking of a pill. Not anymore with the advanced wave technology available at Brookside Medical Clinic. It's been shown by Cambridge and the Cleveland Clinic to restore and regrow blood vessels. That helps improve blood flow and get back to normal erectile function. No surgeries, nothing invasive, same-day treatment. Boom, you're done. Call right now, 402-671-7777. Tell them you heard this spot on The Zone, and Brookside can provide you free consultation and blood flow ultrasound. That's right, free. And a special gift that is sure to work in the bedroom. Call them today at Brookside for the non-invasive, non-surgical, advanced wave technology and get back to your old self again and put the pills aside. 402-671-7777.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
I'm talking with Sean McGuire from Celebrity Homes about searching for a home in today's real estate market.
With fewer houses on the market and more folks wanting to take advantage of incredible interest rates, finding that next home has certainly become quite the challenge. But what many of our home buyers have discovered is that it doesn't have to be.
What does Celebrity Homes offer today's home buyer?
Besides being the area's only, yes, it's all included home builder, we always have homes available at different stages of construction to allow home buyers to move in a little sooner.
That really is a great option for people searching for their next home.
Well, it gets even better. If you're willing to wait a little longer, you don't need to settle. Let's build. You choose a community, your home site, your home design, your interior features, your custom selections, heck, even your own exterior colors.
Sounds like buying a new Celebrity home is a great decision. You can visit models open Wednesday through Sunday or call for an appointment anytime. Learn more at celebrityhomesomaha.com. Thanks, Sean.
Businesses all across eastern Nebraska and western Iowa have trusted Host Coffee for their coffee, water, and vending needs. Give your business the whole host of options. Host Coffee, serving you since 72.
Email Sharpen Betting on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me at Gary at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Cards issued by Celtic Bank, member FDIC. Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's credit cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 3.3% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
I tend to second guess dinners with friends because they're often interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit Creon.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREON.com.
Today on Hey Culligan, soft water, cleaner environment. What do you say, Greg?
Hey Culligan, are you saying if I have a Culligan high-efficiency water softener, I'm also helping the environment?
It sounds like you're saying it, Greg, and yes, you are, because with the Culligan high-efficiency water softener, you'll use less detergent, soap, and harsh chemicals, and that's good for the planet.
Now you're saying it.
You bet I am, Greg. Soft water and a cleaner environment is already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
I first got to know Charles when he was one of my earliest supporters and made him the chair of my agriculture advisory committee. You have the chance to elect a die-hard MAGA champion as your governor, Charles W. Herbster.
I promise you, as the governor, I will make Nebraska great again.
Charles W. Herbster, a good man. Get everyone you know and vote for Charles W. Herbster.
Paid for by Herbster for Nebraska. Paid for by Herbster for Nebraska.
As America finally moves towards ending abortion, Charles W. Herbster knows governors must take the next step. Just like President Donald J. Trump delivered on his promises, Charles W. Herbster will protect the unborn.
We will protect innocent life, and we will proudly uphold the Judeo-Christian values of our nation's founding.
Endorsed by President Trump, trusted to fight for pro-life conservative values, Charles W. Herbster, Governor.
Shop Woodhouse Place Hyundai and Nissan, 144th and Giles. KOZN, Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs.
All right, I'm staying off the Twitter.
Okay,
Staying off the Twitter. Josh says the win totals are out.
They are out
for the
indeed.
Big Ten West.
FanDuel Sportsbook promo code 1620. No, they're out for college football.
Oh, for the whole sport.
I got like LSU 7.5, Kentucky.
No, don't tease.
No, that was just LSU and Kentucky.
I know, but that might give me a benchmark. Just
Kansas 2.5.
So don't anybody spoil it.
Okay.
I'll be curious to see where it is here in a minute. But first, let's go to the hotline where Sam McCune of the Omaha World Herald is joining us. Sam, don't spoil me if you know that Huskers win total. I want to know it right now. I'm waiting.
I don't know what it is. What is it?
Okay.
Oh,
you
gotta wait. You gotta wait because I'm waiting.
What are you waiting for?
Do I have to? So Sam asked for it, and you're going to give it to him and spoil me.
Wait, so you wanted to wait like 20 more minutes?
I wanted to wait till the end of the show.
No. Oh no. Hell no. All right, Sam. The win total.
Drum roll.
Now, the number I don't think is going to surprise anybody. Well, maybe not. I don't know. 7.5, according to the FanDuel Sportsbook. That's the win total for Nebraska. But here's where I'm surprised, Sam. The over is -140 and the under is +120.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Why does that?
Oh, no. Sam?
That surprises you. I'm here.
Yeah, okay. I thought that the shading would be on the under. I thought that the -140, something like that, would be on the under, and the over would be the positive juice.
Yeah, somebody like Casey Thompson, right?
Yeah.
And O'Shawn Mathis. You know, they've probably got, I don't know, 2 of the top 25 players in the transfer portal. Thompson I never thought was ranked properly anyway, but some of that's based on production. Some of this is based on schedule. A lot of it is. And again, the projection around the 2 of the 3 crossover teams that Nebraska will face is that they're going to be the 2 worst teams in the Big Ten. Now, let's be careful because Michigan State was supposed to be one of the 2 or 3 worst teams in the Big Ten last year, and they weren't. But you know, I've written columns about Rutgers and Indiana. I do all the teams that Nebraska will face in the offseason, and Wisconsin is next. What I'll say about Rutgers and Indiana, having watched quite a bit of their stuff, is Indiana is kind of starting over, and Rutgers is in the midst of a 5 or 6 year transition. I mean, it's going to take 5 years for them to be the kind of program they need to be based on everything Shiano wants to do. And, you know, their offense was markedly better in the last 2 seasons, and it was still one of the worst in the league. So I think Nebraska probably gets a little bit of a benefit there. Northwestern is projected to be awful. So they're probably facing the 3 worst teams in the Big Ten. I assume Northwestern will be a better football team than it was last year. But it was a terrible team last year, so Nebraska should win all 3 of those games. And then you have Georgia Southern and North Dakota; those are wins. That gets you to 5, and then you're looking at basically 3 of the last 7. And I think that's probably where the sort of the calculation comes in. Nebraska's going to be heavily favored in those 5 games. And then you got to try to pick off 3 of the last 7. And I think, there's probably the odds on they might be able to do that. We'll see.
Well, one of the main reasons we brought you on, Sam, was to go back and discuss NIL. And obviously things continue to develop in this space since, heck, your column came out Sunday night, Monday morning. You've got this task force now that, says they're going to provide some guardrails. But your idea of just, and it's probably the easiest idea right now, is to just return the transfer rules to basically where they were pre-portal. It seems like the easiest fix, but is it a practical or lawsuit-proof fix?
Yes, I think that actually is. I think it is actually lawsuit-proof. I don't think that lawyers can say that you can go wherever you want. I mean, there's whatever you want to call it, imposition of movement in the NFL. I mean, you don't sign a contract and then get to leave after 1 year because you want to. Otherwise, Patrick Mahomes may have never made it a year or 2 in Kansas City because he didn't play the first year, and he might have said, "I don't want to play here," and gone somewhere else where he could have gotten a starting job. And so, I mean, that's not. I don't think that would be something that the courts would weigh in on. I think that freedom of, because right now you only get 1 free transfer, and if somebody wanted to sue, they could say you get unlimited, and that wouldn't be fair. The other thing, trying to change the collectives, I think is going to invite lawsuits. Like flies to, like it's going to invite them, because I don't know how you're going to make an argument that the collectives can't pay these kids whatever those collectives want for their name, image, and likeness attached to an interview or to an appearance or whatever. I mean, it's really not that hard to say, well, these celebrities over here made this amount of money for an appearance here, and who are you to say that we don't value that a person's appearance by this amount of money? To me, it just seems really unlikely that you're going to be able to sort of ramrod this through. It's possible that it won't face as much. It's possible it could put it on pause for a while, but I don't think it would take a judge very long to basically put the law or the rule in the NCAA on pause while they went through litigation. I'm sure the NCAA will be ready to rock and roll, and I'm sure the collectives will be ready to rock and roll. And this is the restriction of free trade, and there doesn't appear to be any guardrails on it. I don't know how you could put that guardrail on it very easily. So a car dealership comes along and says, I want to pay this person $300,000 to be in an ad. I don't know how you stop that.
Yeah.
So I would say that the legal problem is with trying to mess with the NIL. I'm not necessarily against the NCAA trying to do that, but good luck without doing it without an antitrust exemption. I just don't see how that's going to happen. And my sense is, and I'm not trying to be glib when I say this, I don't think Congress is going to have a lot of time to address that particular issue. They didn't have a lot of time during 2020, during COVID, and I don't think they're going to have a lot of time now. It's a midterm year, and there could be potentially major changes in our society, and I just don't think getting the NCAA and antitrust exemption is going to be very high on their list.
Sam, you shared a really good thread the other day from David Hale, a writer from ESPN, and there was something in particular that stood out to me, a couple of tweets that were essentially built on the idea around hope, like being a fan, hoping that your team wins, and also, this assumption or maybe idea of somewhat of a fair play model where, hey, if we have a player and we develop him, we get to keep this guy moving forward. Is that maybe why all of this has seemingly come to a head, especially over the last month, where the Jordan Addison news on Friday night almost seemed to be this kind of final bombshell in all of this of like, oh, okay, that's how the game is going to be played now. I don't like it.
Yes, Josh. I mean, I think absolutely. The one that kind of flew under the radar because at the beginning of was the Iowa State basketball player. To me, that's the one that just jumps out at you. He was a top 100 recruit. He started every game this season for Iowa State. Iowa State went to the Sweet 16. He's leaving anyway. And, on some level, it's like that's a textbook. Quarterback in the NFL had a great first year. They went to the playoffs. Gosh, they got to the AFC, conference title game. They lost, but they made it all the way to the Final Four. And now the quarterback's just going to leave. And that's kind of what it felt like. To me, that was the most egregious one. It was at the beginning of the month. But there's been other ones that have come along the way where basically it just kind of feels like everybody's just kind of go wherever they want, and they're going to go to the highest bidder. And it, it just feels kind of, again, it's not the way pro sports function. It's kind of the way that, and maybe Bishop can weigh in on this. It's kind of the way Major League Baseball used to function, like way back in the 20s and the 30s and the 40s, when the Yankees would basically go buy players from some of the lesser franchises, and those franchises were so hard up for money that they never really said no.
Right.
And it was a messed up system that they fixed over time. It's part of why the Yankees were good for 30 years in a row. It's not because they just drafted really well every single time or signed all the players. It's because they took players from St. Louis, not the Cardinals, but the other team. They took players from other teams, and that model was not very sustainable long term. And it's just not how pro sports work. It's kind of how EPL works, but it's kind of not too. You don't just get the player that you want without there being cost and money involved. And in this particular case, USC just took Caleb Williams. They didn't have to give Oklahoma anything, and Iowa State's not going to get compensated. So I think there's this sense of this is really how this is going to go. And I don't know. USC has become sort of I don't know if villain is the right word. They're not doing anything wrong, but they've become a flashpoint. And, Pat Narduzzi is the closest thing to Bo Pelini in college football today. I'm not surprised that Pat Narduzzi had a problem with this. And I can only imagine what Bo Pelini would do if he were in this environment as head coach.
Sam McEwen of the Omaha World Herald joining us. You hinted a moment ago, the idea of trying to restrain these collectives is probably not functional. Not that you would necessarily be against it. Is it at this point like wishing for a unicorn farm to find some way to restrict how collectives are able to operate?
Maybe, I don't ever want to underestimate the possibility of, what do you call it? Passive collusion, where everybody just sort of winks and nods and nobody does it. But all it takes is one actor in that environment, and that one actor having the problem alone will force everybody else the market to move. It's always possible that they can do it. I think it's a hard one because you're basically limiting who can pay the kids. And in theory, you can funnel that money through an advertiser. I mean, it would not be impossible for a funding vessel to exist that could sign all those kids up, but it seems like a challenge. It seems very difficult to try to pull off. So it seems to have legal problems right off the bat. The SI story mentioned that. It may be that they put that story out as a trial balloon to see how people might react. That happens now. What the transfer portal would do, just so we're clear, is if you could not immediately get eligibility at your new school until after you had graduated or until you were eligible for the NFL draft, which is 3 years after your high school senior year, if you did that, you would reduce the incentive to pluck players who are in their first and second years of a school because you'd be paying a lot of money to have them sit for a year. And players would be they would not have the incentive to do that. At the end of the day, players want to get the money and they want to play. And so it would reduce the incentive for transfer. It would put sort of a damper on the market without necessarily restricting the market. And, I think that would be a positive. The other thing you're going to see, I think, is they're going to start to offer high school kids multi-year contracts. And so if I'm a collective and I'm trying to be smart about it, I put a big number up, but I make it, I tie it to incentive. Mm-hmm. And the other thing is that the first year is just not worth very much. You don't get a bunch of money that first year. You get more. And if people want to check, Evan talked to O'Shawn Mathis about his decision for Nebraska. And what was interesting about Mathis' comment is he claims that they never gave him a number, and he's not operating off of a number. He's operating off of potential opportunities, and those opportunities will go up or down, I suspect, based on his success and Nebraska's success. So maybe there's a way to do this. I'm not necessarily against NIL. If this is the way they want to do it, then this is the way they want to do it. I'm saying that, like, the pro sports market is not like this. People could, a pro athlete, because he's in a union, there's a negotiated resolution, and they have a certain amount that they're slotted to make, and then they can't leave after 1 year. And if they ever started a college football league, I suspect it's going to happen one day. I really do. They're not going to let guys transfer like that. I mean, that's going to be one of the first things they restrict, because there'll be a union involved and a certain amount that everybody makes, and that'll be that. It won't be one of these deals where everybody's transferring all over the place, because that will ruin the model of college sports. So, we'll see what happens. I've never loved that transfer portal immediate eligibility thing. It's just never been a favorite of mine. And I think right now it's really hurting the sport, because it just allows players to be recruited by nationwide all the time.
Couldn't agree more. Sam McEwen, Omaha World Herald. All right, well, now you've got another story to write, because the official win total is out. It's 7.5. And the juice is on the over.
On the over.
On the over. But,
So can I ask, and you don't have to answer me, like Wisconsin, Iowa, what are their win totals? Minnesota.
All right. So here I have all of those right there in front of me. Minnesota is 6.5, also shaded quite on the over at -170. You asked about Wisconsin. They are 8.5. The over is also where things are shading. And then finally, Iowa, theirs is set at 7.5, but the shading is on the under.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So that means there's some teams on that side that are just getting hammered, like Indiana and Rutgers. They're like down around 3. There must be.
Yeah, and we did this exercise, and I've been fumbling trying to find it, because we predicted, Josh, what we thought everyone's win totals would be in the West Division. And I'm curious to see how close we are, because we obviously both missed on Nebraska.
Yeah, indeed.
By at least a game, maybe more. But hey, it does match, though, with the fact that Nebraska is the second favorite in the West, according to the FanDuel Sportsbook promo code 1620.
Indeed, it does.
All right. Well, there you go. How many tenths of a point does this bump us up in our new scoring system? Sam McEwen, Omaha World Herald, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate his time. With this news,
okay, we did this. By the way, we did this last Thursday.
Yeah, I was going crazy trying to figure out, where that was. So, how did we do?
Okay. Well, do you have the list of our win totals?
I don't. I could not find it.
For last Thursday, the 28th, in your prep sheet? Did you delete it out of your prep sheet?
No, I wouldn't have taken it out of the prep sheet.
So it's in there. It's on your April 28th prep sheet, and I can give you the numbers.
All right, so here we go.
And we did, in the end, we adjusted Nebraska the next day.
Yes.
I think I went to 7, and maybe you went to 7.5.
We both went to 7.
We both went to 7.
We
Okay.
both went to 7.
All right, so who do we need to...
So actually, we weren't that badly
I was going to
off on
say, in the end,
Nebraska.
we ended up being kind of spot on there.
All right, so you said Wisconsin's at 8.5?
Wisconsin is at 8.5. Where did we have them?
Nailed it.
Nice. Go
I
us.
had 8.5. You had 8.
Okay.
Nebraska, we're within a half game on that. Minnesota was 6.5.
Minnesota was 6.5.
We were each at 7.
Okay, so half of a win off there.
Purdue.
That was one we didn't say. 7.5. We were way off on them, weren't we?
No, I was only off by a half game.
Where was I at?
You were off by a full game.
Okay, so I had 6.5.
You said Iowa was 6.5.
Iowa is indeed 7.5 for Iowa.
Oh, we missed that one. You missed it by a full game. I missed it by a half game.
Okay.
Illinois
on FanDuel, promo code 1620, 4.5.
Man, we missed that one. I had 3.5. You had 4.
Okay, off by a half game.
And Northwestern,
4.5.
You nailed it.
Okay. At least I got one right.
Man.
At least I got one right.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, when they do these win totals, this isn't
the goal is to get
equal money on both sides.
sides.
It's not supposed to mathematically level out.
And again, I when we first did the exercise last week, I thought the number would be 6.
Yes.
My rationale originally was if you put it at 6.5, see, it's so funny now with the number, but if you put it at 6.5, I think a lot of people would have bet on the under. And if you put it at 5.5, too many people would have bet on the over. So that's why I decided on 6. Now, when we saw the odds that they were second in the Big Ten West, I saw, okay, well, they can't be as low as 6 and be second best in the Big Ten. So it's going to have to be a full. I'll be honest. I'm really, really surprised. I know what the advanced numbers say. I know what Sam just said. He kind of laid out the reasons as to why that is a number that is in play. And all of that makes sense. But I've also watched this team. John, the over is shaded. This is saying they're going to go 8-4. They're almost going to triple their win total from last year against a schedule that features a lot of the same teams they always lose to, with a coaching staff that's half turned over, with an offense that has a lot of new pieces.
Now, it's not the total that's as surprising. It's the shading.
That's the part that
because if you're betting the under right now, you're getting
plus odds. If you bet $100 on that and they hit, you get $120. Whereas you have to bet $140 to win 100 on the over.
Now, as we know, Vegas isn't in this business to be wrong and to lose money.
No.
I mean, are they playing Jedi mind tricks with us again and thinking, all right, we have drained optimistic Husker fans' wallets for the last 5 years because Nebraska has not hit their number since 2016, right? Because 2016, I believe they were 8.5. You looked this up. I think they were 8.5.
That's the last time that they
they hit the over on their number. They have been under their number
every year since.
And optimistic Husker fan who saw those what they thought were artificially low numbers got drilled. So now is Vegas turning it back around and saying, all right, now we're going to hit all those pessimistic Husker fans because, and we've got a poll question up for you right now on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed, which, by the way, mirrors a poll question that I did 3 weeks ago. Because after ESPN's estimated win totals came out, we set it at 7.5 and said, what would you do? Bet the over or the under? On April the 14th, 3/4 of you, 75% of you said you would bet the under.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and now we have basically the exact same poll question.
It's basically the exact same poll question because the actual win total is out. And early results is basically within the margin of error of the last one. 72% of you would bet the under at 7.5.
Joan Phoenix says, I want to bet $1,000 on the under on Nebraska. This is easy money. And I looked it up for him. Sports gambling legal in Arizona.
Sure.
FanDuel
Use our promo code
Sportsbook,
1620. Go to the FanDuel Sportsbook right now if you're that confident.
Some other responses. Munsky says under. Bet the under. Man, 7.5. Shading on the over. Ethan says hammer the under.
This news is worth 0.2 of a point in my book. I've added 0.2 to my number.
Okay.
Would you like to adjust your number?
No, I'm going to remain at 5. If anything, I would decrease because this is way too high of a number, but I will leave it at 5. I will leave it at 5. I will leave it at 5.
We'll ask Connor tomorrow, but already my number is moved. I'm up to 6.2 now. Up to 6.2 wins.
Got a response that was interesting about our discussion with Sam to start regarding name, image, likeness, pay for play, etc.
Exactly.
Also, Shafe is going to be on. This is great. We can talk about it. Win totals with him. He's a gambler. He loves betting on games.
Absolutely. Last day for the hot moms. Last day for the hot moms.
Until what? What's going to happen to him?
Well, we're going to decide which one is the hot mom and wins $100.
Oh, awesome.
That's why you can get your hot moms. Send us a pic of your hot moms, and we will be drawing at random tomorrow to win $100. All you have to do is post your picture And put all the details right there at 1620thezone.com.
Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Another cloudy and cool day Wednesday. There could be a few sprinkles in the afternoon, but most of the light rain should hold off until after 7 p.m. in the metro. Highs in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Excuse me, Carol?
Hey, Dale. You finished that report I asked for?
Oh, yeah, about that. I didn't get a chance to do it.
No worries. You've been so busy.
Really?
Of course. Dale, you're our hardest worker. You should take an extra week of vacation.
Are you firing me?
No, I promise. Just giving you the break you deserve.
Wow. Thanks, boss. You sure you're not firing me?
Actually, I'm going to promote you. But first, take a week off on the company's dime.
Sometimes things just get better. Like AT&T. We've invested more than $150 million to grow our wireless network coverage to over 99% of Nebraska. So you can talk, text, and share in more places than ever. Visit att.com/Nebraska and learn how to get a free smartphone when you switch to AT&T. Coverage not available everywhere. Over 99% coverage based on third-party data. Network investments based on 2018 through 2020 expenditure.
At Dingman's, our first priority is protecting your safety. We are here to be your personal advocate to ensure you receive safe, proper repairs by the highest skilled technicians in the industry. Stop in to experience the Dingman difference today. At Dingman's, we would rather be the best than apologize for anything less.
When life gives you lemons, it's time for Godfather's Pizza Spring Feast, featuring my new lemon bar streusel. This tangy, lemony dessert is perfect with any medium specialty pizza, piled high with the best toppings, and lots of them, plus loads of mozzarella on top. Add any medium one-topping pizza, and you got my new spring feast. But you better hurry. Summer's right around the corner. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Shop Lanahaw Nurseries for all your mulch needs. Best quality mulch at the best price. You'll notice our prices are lower than anybody else's. That's because you're buying your mulch straight from where it's made. Convenient delivery or pickup. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
The Omaha Farmers Market is offering the city's largest and best selection of farm fresh, locally grown produce May 7th through October 16th. Open rain or shine in the Old Market every Saturday from 8 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. and in Exarban Village every Sunday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. To keep up with what's in season, visit omahasfarmersmarket.org and follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Presented by University of Nebraska Omaha, Methodist Health System, and KETV Channel 7.
I tend to second-guess dinners with friends because they're often interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit Creon.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREON.com.
I first got to know Charles when he was one of my earliest supporters and made him the chair of my agriculture advisory committee. You have the chance to elect a die-hard MAGA champion as your governor, Charles W. Herbster.
I promise you, as the governor, I will make Nebraska great again.
Charles W. Herbster, a good man. Get everyone you know and vote for Charles W. Herbster.
Paid for by Herbster for Nebraska. Paid for by Herbster for Nebraska.
As America finally moves towards ending abortion, Charles W. Herbster knows governors must take the next step. Just like President Donald J. Trump delivered on his promises, Charles W. Herbster will protect the unborn.
We will protect innocent life, and we will proudly uphold the Judeo-Christian values of our nation's founding.
Endorsed by President Trump, trusted to fight for pro-life conservative values, Charles W. Herbster, Governor.
For unmatched cardiac expertise, put your heart in the right place with Nebraska Medicine, where you'll find the most heart advances in the state, telehealth appointments to make your care even more convenient, and a genetics clinic to help avoid future heart issues. With multiple locations, our world-leading care is just a heartbeat from home. For matters of the heart, this is where you begin. Visit nebraskamed.com/heart.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
Anti-Nazi, that's a good take.
I'm a very anti-Nazi.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
I was going to say, you couldn't even see Beardless
No,
Nick for
you
a
can see
second.
Beardless Nick. It's back to the NIL today, but NIL, thanks to an article from the On3 folks.
Didn't we change it to pay for play today?
We did, but now it's back to NIL because there's now a reason for that.
Okay.
The acronym NIL now stands for Now It's Legal.
So it's been legal, right?
No. The idea, this came from a Pac-12 coach.
Okay.
Who said, you know what we call NIL around our office? We call it Now It's Legal because it's legalized everything that used to get people in trouble for.
That's true.
So NIL now
It's
stands
legal.
for Now It's
so
Legal.
Many acronyms.
There are, but I'm glad we're back to the NIL today.
Okay, good.
Because I feel better about this. But you were mentioning David Hale, who writes for ESPN, has had a couple of tweet threads.
Yeah, he has the last few weeks.
The last few days. And he, like many others, are saying, man, the stuff that we're calling name, image, likeness is actually now it's legal. But reining it all in is going to be so very difficult because, the cat's out of the bag, the toothpaste is out of the tube, whatever analogy you want to use, whatever euphemism, whatever colloquialism you want to use, that's what it is. But he makes some really interesting points in this Twitter thread. And one of the things he says that's been a mistake has been a lot of people who have been championing this have been likening this to free agency. But as David Hale points out, this bears little resemblance to the pro model of free agency.
Yeah, it's kind of like what Sam McEwen just said. You can't just Patrick Mahomes is, he gets drafted. He's I presume a 4-year contract because he was on his rookie deal. He couldn't leave after the first year. That's not how it works. You have to remain because again, you are under contract.
You are under a contract.
Which you are not under a contract here.
Teams know who is and isn't a free agent.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a free agent signing period. There's the date when the new calendar, they call it in the NFL, when the new year begins. And that's when you can start actually signing free agents. There's also luxury caps or taxes or salary cap, all of that stuff. There's structure to all of this. And right now, yes, the free market is reigning, but it's an out of control free market. I have likened it to, it's, if you've ever seen the movie Wyatt Earp, when Wyatt Earp goes to Dodge City, the law of the land in Dodge City was not the laws that were actually printed. It was who had the faster draw.
Mm-hmm.
It took
unwritten rules.
It took actual enforcement to say, hey, you're checking your guns in here when you come into town. We're not going to allow this kind of nonsense. Yeah. And right now, there are no checks. There are no balances. It's survival of the fittest. It's the Wild West.
Yeah, so I want to read a couple of excerpts from this thread that was from 2 days ago. He said it's suboptimal for 80% of fans not only feel they can't win a title, true now, but also they can't emotionally invest a narrative because it could all blow up at any second if Bama or Ohio State calls. Fans need a foundation, even if they're not building a skyscraper. Yes, you say, but wasn't college football headed towards the split anyway? Perhaps. If you've not read The Club about the birth of modern English Premier League, I recommend it. It's a roadmap for the future of college football, I think. Whether that's good or bad is up to you, I suppose. Later on, near the end of the thread, he says, I probably could have summed it up more succinctly. Hope is essential to sports. Hope does not need to be reasonable or uniform, but it does need to exist. The current system risks taking hope from the vast majority of fan bases. That's not good. And that's what I asked Sam about when we talked to him last segment, because it does seem like the Jordan Addison news in particular, and he mentioned what's happened in college hoops with an Iowa State player moving on to Miami. It did seem like those two moments were real big kind of linchpins in all of this. And that's where a guardrail of, and look, I'll be honest, that is what turned me back onto your idea of the scholarship contract, because it would solve that basic premise issue of free agency, or that ability for true free agency. And yes, another idea, of course, is one that Sam has championed. And I have a message from somebody that I want to read in a few minutes. Others have championed too. And that is, hey, just they have to sit out again.
Go back to the old transfer
rules.
rules.
That's one idea. I like your, I'll be honest, like your idea more than players sitting out a year, unless they were to break their scholarship contract. But yeah, that makes sense. You do not want to just, if you lose a player, Dallas lost Randy Gregory. Now, part of that was their own doing, but Randy Gregory moves on. It's the system. This is the system that's in place, but I think it's a fair system. Dallas drafted him. They developed him. And you know what? In the end, he didn't want to play for Dallas anymore. He wanted to go play somewhere else. That's fair. I think that's fair. You can be mad at your player for leaving. You can be upset that a different franchise was able to take advantage of free agency, but that's a more fair sandbox to play in than what's happening right now. Because, look, as college football has gotten so, not regionalized, but as the power has coalesced at the top over the last decade plus, with Bama and Ohio State, and then Clemson joining the party, and now Georgia, and then even Oklahoma and LSU to lesser degrees. As that has happened, we have talked about it and said, is this good for college football? Is this good that the West Coast feels like they're non-existent, that the ACC outside of Clemson doesn't really feel like they have a seat at the table, even the Big 12, especially the Big 12 moving forward, that most of the Big 10? That's got to be frustrating as a fan to enter the season and say, well, we don't have a chance for this. We don't have a chance. And so then you're judging your team based off of other metrics that you hope that I hope they just make a bowl game. But that's not what you got into, sports for. You didn't want to just you wanted to root for a team that could win something.
Yeah, Sam used the example of how the Yankees were able to stay so dominant for so many decades. And one of the things they were able to do, even though there was no such thing as free agency, they went out and took advantage because of their riches, being from the nation's largest media market, to be able to go out and essentially not trade for, but buy players off of other poorer teams. For the longest time, the old Kansas City Athletics were considered like New York's farm system.
Yeah, that's where Roger Maris played.
Where
right?
Roger Maris came from, and others, where they could just go and say, well, you know what? We'll trade you. We'll trade you, X amount of cash for Roger Maris. They wouldn't trade players, or they might, but they would trade straight cash for cash poor franchises who couldn't have. And he mentioned the old St. Louis Browns. There were just some franchises that were like, yeah, you know what, we don't draw quite as well. This is back before the days where you had huge media contracts like national TV and stuff like this, and so the rich teams would buy players from the poorer teams, and it was an untenable system. And it was one of the reasons why the Yankees were able to stay good for so long. Now, those were the rules back then. Well, obviously things have changed to a degree, and it's made the sport a little more balanced for a variety of different things. But what this threatens to do is you get programs who basically develop players. And then, let's say you have a school and you got a really good defensive back coach, and he's developed some really good DBs. And, well, it just so happens one year Alabama, missed on a couple of recruits and didn't do so well, or maybe lost some guys early to the NFL, and they need to go out and they need to get another nickelback. They need to go get another cornerback. They need to go get another free safety. Oh, look, here's this guy who's been playing for 3 years at this smaller school. We'll just throw out some money and some NIL money and promises, and he can be ours. Well, there's no guardrail to that. You can just literally take programs who have developed players and then bring them up. And there's no punishment for that. There's no disincentive to do that.
Yeah, coaches will lament this, but then they'll also try to take advantage of it.
Absolutely, they will.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is why, you talk about the loss of hope in all of this. And absolutely, would making everyone sit out a year help? I think it would. Absolutely, it would. Now, where the scholarship contract comes in is, for a kid who does, maybe is a project player, signs a 4-year deal. Well, guess what? He's not going anywhere for 4 years. Or if he breaks the contract, he's going to have to sit out a year, like under the old rules. There could be others who decide, and who knows, maybe if the scholarship contract idea actually did come to fruition, you'd get a lot of
1 years.
You'd get a lot of 4- and 5-star players who would say, I'm only going to do a 1-year deal, or I'm only going to do a 2-year deal. Well, that's fine, but that's something you can work out ahead of time.
It's compromise. I think it's a great compromise.
It's compromise, and everybody out there can then see, all right, this dude is under contract for 2 years. He's off limits. I can't mess with him. But this guy here, he's on the last year of his deal. Now, that's not going to stop tampering. Tampering is always going to be out there to some degree. But at least there'll be some disincentives out there to just go and literally poach players, good players from other teams, and there's no repercussions whatsoever.
Yeah, if a player's under a 3-year contract, scholarship contract, and he had a really great year one, there's no real incentive to go after him because he has 2 more years left on his deal and he'd have to sit out a year anyway.
Right.
And he'd lose a year of eligibility under our system. Michael says, also akin to WWE's Vince McMahon using his money base in NYC to just buy up pro wrestlers developed in the other regional territories. Worked out fine for Vince, but killed the other territories and a lot of interest from old school wrestling fans.
No, that's exactly true.
I'm reading that book, The Club. I've seen it mentioned a million times lately, and I want to read it soon because I feel like it's going to be a roadmap to where college football is going, for better and for worse.
No, that analogy about Vince McMahon is very true.
Yeah.
All the big stars that he created when the WWF got huge, Hulk Hogan, Bobby the Brain Heenan, Jesse the Body, all those guys, he literally went out to other territories and said, I want him, I want him, I want him. Come on over. Come to New York. You'll make tons of money. And it killed those smaller regional territories. It made the WWF the biggest fish in the pond.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing can happen with this because it was unrestricted. They weren't under contracts with their old system, and there was nothing governing anybody. It was the law of the land. It was the Wild West.
Mm-hmm.
Do Good Days is coming up. 3 days of giving back to the community, May 17th through the 19th. Visit 1620thezone.com and learn how you can help with Do Good Days. Speaking of doing good, somebody last night up in Toronto did something really good, and it was really, really cool. We'll share next on 1620 The Zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Hi again, everybody. Kent Pavelka, courtside, getting ready for this year's roofing season from the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard, America's leading installer of Da Vinci roofs and roofs of all styles. We're expecting another year filled with good sportsmanship, fairness, and integrity. Make the right call with John Higgins Weather Guard, providing the highest level of customer service with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. It's tip-off time with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Did you know that Kentucky bluegrass isn't from Kentucky?
It came from Europe. And what we call Dutch elm disease actually originated in Asia. This is Chuck Monaco with CM's Outdoor, now part of the Ryan Lawn and Tree family. And while you may know us as experts in everything lawn, trees, and landscape, you may not know that we're also experts in pest control. After all, you want to do more than just look at your beautiful lawn. You want to fully enjoy it. A certified CM's and Ryan Pest Control Pro can free your outdoor oasis from ants and spiders, fleas and ticks, rodents, mosquitoes, and more. Our home insect barrier won't let them escape inside either. And unlike other companies, our employee-owner Pest Control Pros are cross-trained in plant science to help make sure that your beautiful and livable landscape stays that way. Visit bestomahalawn.com for a free estimate. Sign up for our complete Pest Guard Plus annual program, and your first application is free. Enjoy a pest-free summer at bestomahalawn.com.
Searching for a new to you car, truck, or SUV? Shop Woodhouse first. Over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles, all makes, all models, in stock and on the lot. Plus, confidence comes standard when you purchase a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV from Woodhouse. With our multi-point inspection, transparent pricing, available add-on warranties, and financing options, purchasing a pre-owned vehicle has never been simpler. Experience the difference and drive away confident and road-ready in your new vehicle from Woodhouse.
Hi guys, it's Andrew with Brookside Medical Clinic. Is erectile dysfunction damaging your relationship? Are you sick of the pill and all the side effects? Well, welcome to the future. We have a major medical breakthrough. Brookside Medical Clinic uses the most advanced form of wave therapy. Backed by 60 clinical studies, our technology uses pressure waves to repair and open up blood vessels. We've helped countless men get rid of their ED. But what is the true end result? Their relationship, even their lives, improve drastically. If you're ready to regain your love life, call us right now, and not only will the assessment and ultrasound be free, we'll also give you a gift that produces immediate results in the bedroom. It almost never fails. This is worth $550, and it's free to callers right now. 402-671-7777. That's 402-671-7777. Put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and experience what I call the happiness ripple effect. Call Brookside Medical Clinic now. 402-671-7777.
I first got to know Charles when he was one of my earliest supporters and made him the chair of my agriculture advisory committee. You have the chance to elect a die-hard MAGA champion as your governor, Charles W. Herbster.
I promise you, as the governor, I will make Nebraska great again.
Charles W. Herbster, a good man. Get everyone you know and vote for Charles W. Herbster.
Paid for by Herbster for Nebraska. Paid for by Herbster for Nebraska.
As America finally moves towards ending abortion, Charles W. Herbster knows governors must take the next step. Just like President Donald J. Trump delivered on his promises, Charles W. Herbster will protect the unborn.
We will protect innocent life, and we will proudly uphold the Judeo-Christian values of our nation's founding.
Endorsed by President Trump, trusted to fight for pro-life conservative values, Charles W. Herbster, Governor.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're speaking another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Couple more things from our discussion, including a new idea from Adam. He says if the NCAA wants to do something about it, the two things they could do would be, 1, remove the one-time free transfer rule, and 2, put rules in place prohibiting collectives from talking to recruits. Come down hard on those schools that allow collectives to talk to a recruit before they sign scholarship papers. It would keep boosters somewhat out of the recruiting process and clean a lot of this up. Kids could still get paid by collectives. It would just have to be established after they sign a scholarship. It would eliminate the so-called pay-for-play inducements going on right now. You could also add a clause in there granting a one-time free transfer in the event of a coaching change. Now, I want to throw this to you, John, and see what you think. Would that clean it up like Adam thinks, or would the potential numbers out there of what a collective offering still get back to a high school player anyway? Because I would make the argument that just because a collective can't legally talk. I mean, first of all, right now they can't legally talk to them. If they were to actually come down and punish them, I still think there'd be like workarounds where, hey, you're on an official visit to Nebraska, you're hanging out with Casey Thompson. Casey Thompson has heard from the collective. He then transfers the information to you.
Yeah, there's
still get it.
As we found out, and if anybody saw this coming, I either didn't read about it or hear about it, or
Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
But when NIL first became legal back last July or June, and nobody said anything about these collectives. Nobody anticipated it. The boosters were one step, they were 5 steps ahead of everybody.
They really were.
And you started getting these things were starting to get put together last fall. And now they are up and running. And by the way, the other thing you've got going against any kind of action is, while the NCAA has opened it up, there are state laws on the books that are requiring schools to do this. Okay? They have to. So you're going to have to try to develop some kind of restriction that's also going to pass the muster against all of these other state laws that are out there. And Congress, like Sam said, they're not interested in acting on a universal U.S. law on NIL. They're just not. So that's why the NCAA really had their hands tied. They had to acquiesce. Otherwise, you would have created some unfair situations with states that passed laws for NIL, like Nebraska, Florida, California, and others, and states that didn't, because it would have created an unfair playing field.
They don't want it to be an unfair playing field, John.
Well, at least that blatantly unfair a playing field. So, yeah, there's nothing that's – and by the way, most of these collectives, while it sounds kind of shady and underhanded, I would be willing to bet most of them are operating within the framework of the laws that are in place in those states.
Yeah, the Ross Dellinger story from Monday night, I believe, it went through that, and these collectives are hiring lawyers. They are making sure that everything that they are doing is operating within the current framework of the NCAA bylines.
There's a new story up on on3.com, and it's where I quoted the Pac-12 coach who now calls NIL, now it's legal, where they asked a couple of attorneys, experts in sports law, and Andrew Brandt, who I believe we've had on the program before. He's a sports lawyer, taught at Villanova Law School. He says the NCAA and college sports leaders hoped that NIL would be innocent. Social media postings, a few $100 or $1,000 here and there. That was naive. Boosters, collectives, directives, primarily to recruit and retain the best players. Hard to see it being contained. The moment the NCAA threw up their hands about NIL in fear of antitrust lawsuits was the moment the toothpaste was out of the tube. Good luck in getting it back in. Another attorney, Dan Green, NIL expert, says, assuming the NCAA goes after wealthy boosters and collectives with massive war chests, they are exposing themselves to potential litigation. And after the Alston decision, it's doubtful the NCAA would have much of a chance to prevail in any such lawsuit.
You can't go after the money that the players are being paid. And honestly, that'd be stupid to do so. And I don't think that should be controlled. The thing that you can control, though, is, eligibility.
You can control eligibility.
And that's
you
why
can control transfers.
Yeah, Chuck says, I don't understand the talk of undoing the transfer rules. I don't see the problem. Transfers were a thing before the rule change, so I don't get the problem and why the talk of going backwards. It's so it would keep players from being able to move from one school to the other without like a penalty, because it looks like schools are just buying players.
Right. Like my example, Alabama needs a defensive back. They want to go out and poach a defensive back from a smaller program that doesn't have a good NIL collective program, plucks them away. But if they had to sit out a year, then that's not an easy thing to do. Then you're having to sit back and wait. The reason why I like the scholarship contract is it at least gives the athletes on the front end the ability
to control
either protecting them from being a casualty.
Yeah, because look, players are still getting run off.
Yeah,
that still happens.
See, the scholarship contract would allow you, if you signed a 4-year deal, means your coach can't just dump you in favor of a better player because, they saw stars in their eyes. But it also allows the player on the front end to bet on themselves. If they think they're that good, they'll say, you know what, I'm just signing a 1-year deal. And thus we know, hey, the next year around, they could be suspect to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Or maybe they sign a 2-year. It's all up to them. But at least everyone would know on the front end who's available and when they're available. But it also gives protections to those 2- and 3-star athletes who might make something of themselves or might not. But they're guaranteed that scholarship for 4 years.
It gives the school protection and it gives the players protection.
Because right now, again, all you have right now, you have an open market right now that is basically encouraging coaches to go out and poach. Because there's no repercussions. There's no penalties. There's nothing.
Yeah.
And it goes back to what David Hale wrote about hope. Yeah, sure. Cincinnati and Alabama go into the season with different layers of hope, right? Alabama.
And that'll always be the case.
And that'll always be the case. But if you now have a system where at a moment's notice, at any time, by the way, in the middle of a season, a player can just say, yep, I'm joining, I'm dropping out. I'm going into the transfer portal. Well, that's creating issues. That's creating issues and unintended consequences. The transfer portal, by allowing the one-time free transfer, works fine when you don't have the NIL component. But you throw the NIL component in there, and it's made a mess out of everything. Coming up next, Mike Schaefer will join us from Husker 24/7. We'll talk more about this and what Nebraska has done in the world of transfers, because they've been very busy.
And win totals.
And continue to be busy. And win totals. And we got Guns N' Roses coming up. Check it out, 1620thezone.com.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More Time-Saving Traffic Center. Looks like it still has the right shoulder blocked on eastbound I-80 near I Street. If you're west on Harrison, you can see a little delay between 84th and 96th, and then expect delays on the northbound JFK between Childs Road and Chandler, and then also slow going on the southbound JFK between Gilmore Ave and Childs Road. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Burton AC Plumbing, Heating, and More.
To prepare for the dog days of summer, Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More is offering $55 AC system checks. Each system check donates 10 pounds of pet food to the Nebraska Humane Society. Give us a call or request service at justcallburton.com.
Cards issued by Celtic Bank, member FDIC.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's credit cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 3.3% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
I first got to know Charles when he was one of my earliest supporters and made him the chair of my agriculture advisory committee. You have the chance to elect a die-hard MAGA champion as your governor, Charles W. Herbster.
I promise you, as the governor, I will make Nebraska great again.
Charles W. Herbster, a good man. Get everyone you know and vote for Charles W. Herbster.
Paid for by Herbster for Nebraska. Paid for by Herbster for Nebraska.
As America finally moves towards ending abortion, Charles W. Herbster knows governors must take the next step. Just like President Donald J. Trump delivered on his promises, Charles W. Herbster will protect the unborn.
We will protect innocent life, and we will proudly uphold the Judeo-Christian values of our nation's founding.
Endorsed by President Trump, trusted to fight for pro-life conservative values, Charles W. Herbster, Governor.
Searching for a new to you car, truck, or SUV? Shop Woodhouse first. Over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles, all makes, all models, in stock and on the lot. Plus, confidence comes standard when you purchase a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV from Woodhouse. With our multi-point inspection, transparent pricing, available add-on warranties, and financing options, purchasing a pre-owned vehicle has never been simpler. Experience the difference and drive away confident and road-ready in your new vehicle from Woodhouse.
Start your engines.
Joe's Indoor Karting in Council Bluffs is off the charts crazy. Joe's Karting is fast-paced, adrenaline-pumping, wheel-to-wheel racing action at over 40 miles per hour. The only speed restriction on these karts is how good you are. Joe's Karting is located just a couple of blocks north of Bass Pro Shop and directly east of AMC Theater in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Go watch a movie. Come race at Joe's. Planning a bachelor party, graduation party, or just a night out with friends? Go to Joe's. Remember, Joe's Karting is your place to race.
1180 The Zone is your home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball. The Storm Chasers are in action at Werner Park and beyond with an exciting team filled with future Major League stars. Join Jake Eisenberg for every pitch, every hit, and every out. Tune in and stir up the Storm all season long on 1180 The Zone.
The Storm Chasers are at home versus the Columbus Clippers. The pregame is set for 6:15 and first pitch is at 6:35 on 1180 The Zone.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
Do you know the common signs of transmission trouble?
Your engine revs before falling into gear. Shifting is rough, or you're leaking reddish-brown fluid.
Knowing the signs could mean repair instead of replace.
That's where we come in. We're certified transmission.
The job done right at the right price.
Shop Woodhouse Place Hyundai and Nissan, 144th and Giles. KOZN, Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs.
Greeting, Earthlings. We have now taken over your radio.
Mike Schaefer.
See, I would argue, because I like to argue, we all underestimated how hard it is to, one, win college football games, and two, transition and take over a program.
Mike Schaefer.
I was trying to kindly tell Mr. Bishop the Vikings have a chance to surprise some people, and I think that they could even win the division.
Mike Schaefer.
It doesn't seem like the kind of book where they would be hooked on meth. That got dark.
Mike Schaefer.
There's probably not enough reminders out there in our current state to vote. But I am reminding you to please go vote in the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620 because we have the first official sports betting lines for the win totals for Nebraska this year on the FanDuel Sportsbook, promo code 1620. Nebraska is at 7.5. And we're asking you, would you bet the over or the under? Mike Schaefer, would you bet the over or the under right now at 7.5?
I would definitely bet the under.
How about this, Shafe? The juice is on the over.
The juice is on the over.
The juice is on the over.
Look, I mean, it's hard to be as wrong as often as I am and still get the opportunities to pontificate and make predictions as often as I do. But it's really hard for me to draw the scenario where Nebraska goes 8-4 without massively overachieving. I mean, I've come around a little bit. I've been pretty down on this team most of the spring just by virtue of essentially having
watching them
three defense. Well, we didn't really get to watch them. So
I meant like the past 4 years, but yeah.
You want to use recent history as a guide here?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just think that even ignoring the recent history, I mean, there's just too many questions about key positions and key parts of this team for me to feel comfortable plucking my hard-earned money down on 8 wins in 2022. Now, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I really feel like this is a team that is going to have to white knuckle its way to 6-6 and 7-5. So to get to 8 wins, it would obviously represent some sort of breakthrough, which is entirely possible. I mean, my colleague Brian Christopherson's kind of fond of saying that whenever Nebraska does break through, it's going to be one of those things where it's not just like they climb a little bit over the bar. It's just going to be an out and out like 10-2 type of season that you don't really see coming. Now, is that going to happen in 2022? I certainly wouldn't bet on it, but I guess the recipe would be there potentially.
What is the recipe? What is that? Well, like if you're saying, okay, they get to 8 wins, and we don't have to go like game by game, but what does such a thing look like for them next season?
Well, I think that it requires early season wins to start with. So, they have to go into Ireland and beat Northwestern. They need to come back and take care of North Dakota and Georgia Southern. If you want a recipe for a breakout season, defeating Oklahoma at home, who's as gettable as they have been in the last decade, we'll stop short of calling it a winnable game, as we found out you just don't do.
Yeah, you don't do that.
So that would be a portion of it. But really, for me, the metrics of that have to kind of start with, can your defense be disruptive? Nebraska's been really bend or don't break. And that has allowed them to hang in games. And quite frankly, it's allowed their offense to break their program at times. So I think Nebraska's defense last year was good enough to win 8 games. I think Nebraska's defense in 2020 was good enough to win 6 games. If they can go from bend, don't break to actually taking the ball away and being disruptive, creating havoc, and some of that, you get Devin Drew, you get O'Shawn Mathis, you add some components there that certainly make you feel better, but you're also losing Deontay Williams. You're also losing Markel Dismuke. You're also losing Cam Taylor-Britt. You're losing JoJo Domann. How many of those guys were the ones that came through and made those havoc plays for Nebraska?
Right.
I mean, the only player that I think would represent the sort of disruptive havoc kind of playmaking that Nebraska sorely needs that didn't leave after the end of last season would be Garrett Nelson. And even you kind of have to like squint and turn your head a little and look at the numbers to sort of get there. I love Nick Henrich. I love Luke Reimer. I don't know that either one has really presented themselves as the kind of guys that are going to force a lot of turnovers, and they're going to do great at taking care of what's in front of them and cleaning up what's right there. Don't get me wrong. Like, they're starting linebackers in the Big Ten. There's no question. But there's a difference between that and the kind of guy who's going to rip the ball out of the running back's hands in the middle of a pile, or is going to read the quarterback just perfectly and jump right in front of that slant route. I mean, so they got to have playmakers on defense. That's kind of the recipe. I mean, this is really simplistic, but if you look at the Big Ten teams that do well, that aren't year to year Wisconsin, you're talking about Northwestern and Minnesota. What do they do in the years that they won a lot of games or they won the division? They had havoc-inducing defenses. I mean, Antoine Winfield Jr. was as big of a player in that Minnesota season as anybody, Tanner Morgan included. But they also had steady production on offense. They relied heavily on their running game. They won games with defense and special teams. All of the things that Nebraska hasn't shown the affinity for doing over the past 4 years, you now have to sort of ask yourself, can they do that? Can lightning strike here? And what would be the reasons for that? Well, some of it, you have different coaches. You have different people that are involved. You have, a new special teams coordinator. There's a lot of hope that Bill Busch is going to be able to get more out of that unit. You have a new offensive coordinator, which, would it shock me if Casey Thompson has the kind of season that Tanner Morgan did in 2019? It really wouldn't. I think he has that kind of ability. But those are the sort of things that have to happen for Nebraska to be a breakout team in 2022. And I can't get myself to say that they're going to do that.
Yeah, you named a lot of stuff. He just named a lot of stuff.
Well, you did, but there will be those who are looking at the 7.5 and saying, well, of course that's doable, and I'm going to bet the over, would say, well, Nebraska targeted O'Shawn Mathis. They said, this is the guy. O'Shawn himself has said he wants to get 15 sacks, which if he did, would tie a school record.
Held by?
If he were to get
two guys, Trev
and Jim Scow.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
If he got those 15 sacks, you think that would let's just talk this out. Let's say he is every bit the splash player that he believes he can be, and Nebraska went out and was aggressive in going after and getting. If he can get to those 15 sacks, could that be a big difference maker?
Oh yeah, I mean, look, like what Nebraska. I don't have the numbers in front of me, and I'm not going to be able to pull off a Christopherson and wander into a very approximate number here, but they had somewhere in the neighborhood of like 25 sacks last year. So if one guy has 15 himself, you're talking about maybe they even had less than 25. It might have been like 22. You're talking about that number would go up exponentially. I mean, some of the things for Nebraska's defense.
20 sacks last year.
Yeah. Ooh. So when we talk about creating havoc, they didn't get teams off schedule. I mean, they won on third down as the season went along, and that's kind of where that it worked for them. Or teams would stupidly just run right into Damian Daniels in short yardage situations for reasons that still remain baffling to me. The one thing the defense wants you to do, and you just do it right for them. But I mean, so if they can create, if you have one guy who's in your scenario giving you 15 sacks, and then I'm assuming Garrett Nelson's getting at least 6, and then you can sprinkle in a handful of guys that get 2.5 to 3, then you're looking at, adding 10 more sacks onto last year's total. But that's going to have a huge difference in field position, potentially creating turnovers. If you're getting that sack number, it means it comes with hurries. It comes with knockdowns. Maybe you got a guy, quarterback who's rattled, who's throwing it early, and your defensive back is right there. So, I mean, just that alone would create a lot. Now, I don't think that's really likely. I mean, if he hits half of that, I would say O'Shawn Mathis has been exactly what you want him to be for the most part. And then if you get Garrett Nelson right in that 6 to 8 range as well, I mean, if you get 2 defensive ends that can add 14 to 16 sacks, that's a huge deal for your defense. I mean, it really is.
Shafe, obviously, Mathis, he was going to get the majority of the headlines over the last, few days since he made that decision. But how important of an ad do you think Devin Drew is going to be in all this?
Really big. He's not going to be near as flashy, but he's going to be pretty productive. I mean, I think he's one of those guys that is going to have kind of a nice sort of year here. I just think he fits really well what they want to do. I think if you're looking for sort of a weird comparison, because you have to do a lot of kind of turning your head and thinking about it a little bit. But yeah. I think that he can be what we had thought DeAndre Thomas was going to be.
Okay.
And so DeAndre Thomas, I think more than anybody was hurt by the fact Nebraska moved from a 4-3 to a 3-4. I think he would have been a really disruptive pass rushing defensive tackle, a little undersized when he came in. And that's where sort of Devin Drew is kind of lived. I mean, he's 6'2". He's not the biggest guy in the world, but he works really hard. He puts a lot of pressure on quarterbacks, in terms of pass rush numbers or just pushing that offensive lineman back. He's very, very active. So those are the kind of things. I mean, you had to replace Casey Rogers, who went in the portal, who's a really active defensive lineman for you. Devin Drew can do that, and he's proven to be healthier and more productive in his time of playing. So I think that Devin Drew is a really nice addition. It makes it feel like it could be Ty Robinson and Drew on kind of your frontline defensive tackles there, with Natch Hutmacher as your third guy, and then we'll see who the fourth person is. It could be Mosai Newsome. It could be Colton Feist. It could be Ruquan Buckley. It could be insert transfer portal defensive lineman here. I mean, so there's all sorts of options for them to go when you're looking at that 2 deep at defensive tackle. But I really think Devin Drew is going to be a pretty quiet but important addition in this whole thing.
Hey, speaking of just the transfer portal in general, 24/7 Sports, you guys have now team rankings for the transfer portal. Nebraska is sitting at 12. Obviously, we are so kind of early still in this new era, especially as the numbers have increased a lot over the last few years. Like, I guess, what are you expecting that team ranking to mean? Maybe we don't even have to talk about Nebraska, but as time goes on, like, how, I guess, will you kind of digest, hey, USC is number 1, Oklahoma's number 4, Nebraska is number 12?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's going to take some time for us to sort of calibrate what that is going to mean and what it's going to look like. And every year is going to be a little bit different. It's kind of like assessing a draft class each year in, year out. I mean, some positions are going to be heavier, some are going to be lighter. You're putting a lot of stress on the people who rate these transfer players. I mean, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but there's some very fascinating ratings that don't necessarily line up with college production.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what is Devin Drew rated as a guy who played pretty well in the Big 12, but now moving to the Big 10? Tommy Hill, I think at one point was Nebraska's highest rated transfer addition. And I think if you ask the people over at Nebraska, they're really excited about Tommy Hill. But it's not like he put up big numbers or anything at Arizona State. You're banking that off of kind of his high school recruiting too. Casey Thompson is lower rated than Adrian Martinez, but he might be a significantly stronger fit for Nebraska and what they want to do in 2022 than Adrian maybe was at times. So it's a tricky thing. I mean, so you're going to need some time to sort of figure out what these ratings mean, who's doing these ratings, the standard of which they're being applied. Like if Jordan Addison leaves to go to USC and he's not the unequivocal number one player that ever entered the portal in the entire process, like what are we doing? But what does that mean? I mean, is Jordan Addison, if he's ranked like a 96, what is that relative to O'Shawn Mathis as a 91? Like I just, so there's a lot that kind of has to be figured out. And some of that is just getting into it and letting it happen. I mean, we live in a very reactionary sort of world right now. And when something new happens or something different happens, we don't think that we just sort of assume this is a new normal. Well, it takes time for stuff to sort of settle. And I think that's going to happen. And total team rankings that 24/7 Sports is going to offer is going to be the wave of the future. I mean, you have coaches like Dave Clawson talking about how maybe it's time to get rid of the 25-man scholarship thing each year, and all you focus on is the 85 total. That's all the school has to worry about. That's, it's 85 however you get there. If you lose 12, you can add 12. Plus, if you already had 18 leaving, now you're at 30. Like, so it's a very, very different world is coming for college football, and we all have to be very open in how we assess it.
What can Devin Drew bring that is lost with Casey Rogers?
What can he bring to replace Casey Rogers?
Yeah, basically, what's the wins above replacement? What's the differential?
Well, I don't know that I'm smart enough to figure that out on my own. But like I said, I mean, the thing about Casey Rogers that I think everybody sort of loved is he does a lot of the dirty work. I mean, he worked really hard up front. He had very active hands. He had fast hands. He struck, offensive linemen and was able to move off of blocks relatively quickly. If he did get stonewalled, he got that hand up into passing windows. I think he deflected 3 passes in 2020 in the shortened season, which would have been the highest total that any defensive lineman had deflected for like the previous 3 or 4 years. So, I mean, there's a lot that he sort of did well. And Devin Drew does a lot of those same things. I mean, he's a really, really active guy. I think he's the biggest question I have with Devin Drew is how is he going to hold up against the run? I mean, I think he's going to be – I think Nebraska against the pass is going to be pretty good in 2022. Nebraska against the run is very much a giant we'll see question mark. Devin Drew's a little undersized. Ty Robinson's big, but you don't have Damian Daniels. You just don't have a space filler on this roster that's going to give you 30, 40 snaps in the middle of the defensive line. And and maybe they can go find that with the remaining portal additions, but that is the one thing that I don't think Devin Drew is going to be able to give you, or that I can't really assess at this point. He's going to be willing. He's going to be sticking his nose in there. But what Damian Daniels did for Nick Henrich and Luke Reimer and JoJo Doman, guys hanging around that line of scrimmage and taking on 2-3 blockers at a time, I don't know that Nebraska has that. So they're going to have to figure out how to group defensive play against the run in a different way than they have the previous 2 years.
He is indirectly part of the Iowa Western to Nebraska pipeline. And
Yeah!
he started at Iowa Western, then went to Texas Tech. Now he's at Nebraska. But speaking of that Iowa Western to Nebraska pipeline, is it where it needs to be? Because we all assumed that when this school came online and then started doing really well at football, it was like, man, this is going to be great. This is the closest JUCO to Lincoln and could certainly be a benefit to Nebraska down the road.
Well, I mean, it always has to line up. Like, they have to have the right guys that sort of fit what Nebraska's needs are. Perrion Winfrey is a great example of that. Nebraska really wanted Perrion Winfrey. You know who else did? Oklahoma. You know who's probably going to win that recruitment most of the time? Oklahoma. So, I mean, I don't think it's a lack of effort. I do think that this staff, more than maybe the previous ones, have put more time and attention into Iowa Western. And I think that's going to help pay off over time. They've taken several walk-ons from there too. But there just hasn't been the sort of perfect mix of recruit plus need at Nebraska, where the guy is also not being chased down by every other important team in the country. I mean, the thing that's going to be interesting to me is, what does junior college football look like in the age of the transfer portal? Because a lot of these kids seem far more content to just not play and to sit in the fiction portal than they are to go to Highland Community College or to go to Iowa Western or to go to Independence. So, for every awesome story like Jermaine Johnson or whoever you have, it makes you wonder how many kids are leaving their careers short by not being willing to go play in the Jayhawk Conference or to go down into Texas and do that. And by just sitting around waiting and hoping that someone's going to have interest in them in the transfer portal.
Shafe, the last week has certainly been an interesting one in college sports. A lot of ideas being thrown out there for the portal or for name, image, likeness, etc. Have you heard anything that you actually like? Because I know that you have, throughout this process, you've definitely been someone of like, hey, let's just let this play out. Let's see what happens. And down the road, we can revisit it. Have you seen an idea where you're like, okay, I can at least understand that point of view?
I'll be honest. I largely don't put a lot of attention to Coach X says this about NIL, or, I think, what is it? The Ohio State AD.
Yeah, Gene Smith,
who talked about breaking away from the NCAA. I want to see stuff play out. I mean, I'm going to give you the same boring answer that, you probably could have predicted before you asked the question, but I want to see that play out. I mean, I mentioned the Dave Clawson thing. I like that idea. I mean, basically just allow one-to-one replacement. If a guy comes off your 85 and he goes into the portal in that cycle, like if you create a certain timeline, like May 1 was the date that you had to go in by, that, you create sort of this timeline in which you can do your scholarship replacement with that. I'm okay with that. I would be fine with it. So, some of that is just working and creating sort of a calendar so everybody's all on the same page, which is really difficult in a sport where school is different in the Pac-12 than it is in the Big Ten. And so you get into these sort of weird times where it's like, if a kid decides to transfer on January 15th, some Big Ten schools might have already started and they might be out of days, pretty soon before a kid could actually be eligible for the spring. One of the things that I really want to watch out of the transfer portal, and this is getting a little off topic of what you mentioned, but I think it's worth noting. I want to know, and Devin Drew falls in this category, O'Shawn Mathis does too. How important is spring football? How important is it that Devin Drew and O'Shawn Mathis weren't with Nebraska over the spring? If they come in and they play well in the fall, does that change the way that we mentally think about spring football? Does that change how spring football should be utilized as more of just a development seed and getting guys reps and that sort of thing and helping to kind of install, instead of being viewed as like, this is what builds your team into the summer, and then the summer builds you into fall camp, and by the end of fall camp, you are a complete and able football team ready to go. That's been the old school thinking. When we see these sorts of players leave after the end of spring, and some of them may not arrive until late July or August, Randy Gregory showed up on August 2nd or whatever and was the best football player on Nebraska's defense when they were really good on defense. So some guys are just freaks. But if you have a consistent pattern of guys showing that they don't need spring football, what kind of change does that make for the sport going forward?
Yeah, and before I let you go, I always thought of, like, when you bring this up, I think of Russell Wilson, because I remember in that era, I thought spring football was vital. And when he showed up, I remember talking with friends like, yeah, but he missed all of spring and he's getting there late in the summer. Like, is he going to be able to learn the playbook? And then Wisconsin was like easily the best team in the Big Ten. And, they only lost 3 games that year and they could have gone undefeated. They were a really good football team. And so that's a fascinating thought experiment, Shafe. I didn't think about that.
Yeah. Well, when you run into Kirk Cousins, it's kind of hard to get through him. Right? Nope. Nope, that's not true.
They did. They lost to them in the regular season on like a Hail Mary. Then they lost to Ohio State on another kind of Hail Mary, and then they lost the bowl game to Oregon. So you were right. They beat them they rematched them against Michigan State in the Big Ten title game. They beat them there.
Yeah.
Parker Gabriel, long departed Parker Gabriel, has some pretty great stories. If you could ever get him to open up on his time in East Lansing and that game in particular.
Oh, well, let's call him up.
Yeah, but then we have to talk Broncos.
Yeah, then we have to talk about the Broncos. We don't want to do that.
And we don't have a producer anymore that gives a flip about the Broncos, so we're no longer obligated to talk about them.
That's true.
Your producer sent me some Star Wars opening today, and I was really worried that we were going to be forced to talk about Star Wars. So,
wait, you sent him a Star Wars thing today? What'd you send him?
Yeah, like he just said May the 4th, like that whole dumb thing.
Oh, that's
right. the lineup, the daily lineup tweet. Right?
Okay.
Well, and he texted me as well.
Oh, I texted you too. Sorry for trying to have fun, Shafe.
That's all right.
Oh, there it is. May the 4th be with you. That's what I said.
You'll learn, Nick.
Yeah, we'll all learn. Well, Shafe, May the 4th be with you.
Ugh.
I don't. Hey, I do not stand with John or Nick on this.
Oh, here we go.
And I love Star Wars. I think this stuff is stupid.
I love the phrase "stand with."
Every year we have to deal with this stupid "May the 4th be with you" joke. It's
How
a bad
dare
joke.
people have fun? I hate when people have fun.
It's not
I don't
fun.
like it,
I
so
don't
it
like
sucks.
Christmas. I'm tired
That's
of it.
you. I love Christmas.
Okay, but that's one day a year. You people all turn it into a 2-month celebration.
I don't do a 2
At
month.
Least May the 4th is one day a year.
I don't do it
just
two-
like Christmas, one
Look
day
at-
a
look
year.
John.
2-month
John.
ordeal.
John.
I'm right. You know it.
Nope. You know why it's not one day a year? Because there's the day that the trailer gets released, and then you have to freaking analyze that. And then there's the opening night of it, and then you have to discuss that for like 7 weeks.
Obi-Wan's
And
coming out
then
this month.
we have to discuss whether this Star Wars compares to the 1980 Star Wars, compares to the remastered Star Wars. And then there has to be all the sort of sociological discussions about what's happening in the movie, and is this character racist, and all these other things. The Star Wars universe has so far exceeded beyond just being a movie that it's borderline obnoxious. Now, if you can just condense it to a movie, most of them are enjoyable, and I like those. But when it gets to be everything else, I want nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it.
Okay, you have a fair point there on that subject.
All right, thank you.
May the 4th be with you. To
I
those
also
who-
want nothing to do with Christmas either. I just want to throw that out.
All right. Well, you're consistent, and that's what I appreciate about you. You're consistent.
I just want every day to be the same day over and over and over. That's all I want.
Well, hey, I don't know if you've looked outside recently,
Yeah,
but
it is
it's
the
pretty
same.
much feeling like
Hey,
it
at least
right
the
now.
wind finally went away. Shafe has been an old man since I met him. I cannot imagine what he's actually going to be like when he's 50. It's going to be incredible.
What if I just went the other way? What
You're
if I
suddenly
just start
young?
acting very young?
How do you do, fellow kids?
I don't know. You had a tweet the other day calling the youth the heroes. So maybe I want to be a hero.
There you go. Yeah.
I still don't fully understand the logic on that one.
There was a play off of a quote from The Dark Knight, Shafe. That's what it was. I was quoting Two-Face.
Sounds like something an old would do.
Maybe. I mean, it's an old movie now.
It is an old movie.
There's a new Batman, Josh. Move on. The Dark Knight is dead.
It's good. And you watched it and you liked it.
It was good. I was disappointed in my own reaction.
I wanted
liked
it to be bad.
It was good. I was just
he would never be a young again. He is an old. He is an old.
I didn't think I needed any more Batman in my life, but now I'm
That's
genuinely
how Sean
curious
felt
for the
too.
next one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you, but
that's funny.
That actually does fit. It was good. I'm disappointed. Mike Schaefer, ladies and gentlemen of Husker 24/7. Thank you, Schaefer.
Bye, Schaefer.
See ya.
By the way, someone sent us another early line.
Oh?
Yeah. From the Caesar Sportsbook, apparently, There's already a line out on Nebraska and Northwestern.
Whoa!
We'll tell you about that, and we'll share something that will warm the cockles of your heart, whether you're an old like me and Shafe, a guy who's trending quickly to being an old like Josh, or a young like Nick.
We rule.
And by the way, friends, we have a $5,000 giveaway.
Speaking of olds.
For a garage makeover. You can win a $2,500 gift card from Langfeld Overhead Doors. Get all the details, enter to win at 1620thezone.com. Friends, I want you to enjoy this next commercial break because I think you will on 1620 The Zone.
Zone, taste of our takes. Sharp and Benning in the morning.
Again, what did Glenn Taylor do to the Chickens that you would be so outraged that you're into disrupting an NBA basketball game, but you go as far to dress as an NBA official, as the lady did, that got absolutely hammered by the security guard on Saturday night, and she deserved to get pummeled into the floor.
Hey, how did they know?
For more, tune in every day to 1620 AM or go to 1620thezone.com. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Cloudy and chilly weather into this evening with a few sprinkles. Later tonight, more widespread rain showers, low temperatures holding around 50. And more chilly, damp weather on Thursday, highs in the low to mid-50s. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More Time-Saving Traffic Center. Heads up, a crash on southbound 144th as you approach Center is causing delays in that area. We've also got a wreck on southbound 84th just before Giles. If you're west on Harrison, you can see some delays between 84th and 96th. And then road work still causing significant delays on the northbound JFK between Childs and Chandler, and on the southbound JFK between Gilmore and Childs. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
A party that serves food from Fernando's is... Springtime is catering time, and catering from Fernando's is an awesome time. Graduation, weddings, or even random Tuesdays. Get your Fernando's fix. Catering from Fernando's. Get details at FernandosOmaha.com.
When cancer hits home, when you need answers and hope, turn to Nebraska Medicine, where cancer care is world-leading and personal. In one visit, you'll meet with the team specializing in your cancer, discover treatments based on your DNA, and the support that makes a difference, like a nurse case manager and multiple locations, so you can always be close to home. For cancer, this is where you begin. Visit nebraskamed.com/cancer.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
Spring is sprung. You looking for a little change in attire? You want to go see my guy Charlie at Rossi Clothiers. As good as it gets when it comes to knowing what you need. A lot of collections are in. There's Samuelson, there's Calder, there's Stenstrom, even Peter Millar. He's got some sportswear that is ready for you. Charlie's got you covered. Unique, timeless, elevated menswear with the best selection in town. I already mentioned some of the designers. How about what you can get? Sports coats, casual wear, shorts, accessories. Rossi Clothiers, the art of permanent fashion. Rockbrook Village.
Malarkey shingles are durable, high performance, impact resistant, and beautiful. Carp's Complete Home Exteriors is a certified Malarkey shingle residential contractor. For a free estimate, call Carp's Complete Exteriors or visit carpsomaha.com.
The zoo is a great place to visit, but did you know it's also a great place to work? Omaha's Henry Doorly Zoo and Aquarium is currently hiring for a variety of positions, and we think you'll love trying something new. You can spend the day meeting guests, talking to families, and having full access to walk and explore Omaha's Henry Doorly Zoo and Aquarium. To learn more or apply, visit omahazoo.com/work here.
Pandemic-impacted homeowners may be at risk of losing their homes, which is why the state of Nebraska is providing relief through the Homeowner Assistance Fund. Qualified homeowners can receive up to $30,000 in assistance for past due mortgage payments, past due real estate taxes, HOA dues, and homeowners or flood insurance. Funds will be distributed until they run out, and they do not need to be paid back. View qualifications and apply today at nebraskahaf.com. That's nebraskahaf.com.
Give your business a whole host of options with Host Coffee.
The most impressive selection of office coffee, water options, healthy food options, and vending technologies. Host Coffee, serving you since 72.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
That guy. Oh,
yeah.
man.
Sun 1620. The Zone.
I told you would enjoy that last commercial break.
Incredible commercial break. Many are saying the best one that we have had.
It's definitely the best one we've had today. Welcome, everyone, back to the program.
Hello.
Speaking of things that want to just make you smile. So last night, the Yankees were playing the Blue Jays. By the way, thank you, Yankees and Brewers. I won my bet of the day.
I did not win mine.
Aaron Judge hit a home run last night for the Yankees. This game's in Toronto, by the way.
I thought you said this was going to be an uplifting story.
Oh, it is.
A Yankee hit a home run is not uplifting.
Well,
whoa, stop the presses.
It was for one young little Yankee fan who was in the stands. So here's the video clip from last night, but the ball gets into the upper deck, and watch what the Blue Jay adult fan does with the baseball.
And how about some pretty nice sportsmanship by a Blue Jay fan out there, giving that young Yankee fan a ball. Boy, that kid is not going to forget tonight, will he?
The kid reaches over and gives him a giant hug. What a heartwarming scene. Look at the kid. He's crying.
He's getting drool and snot all over that dude's sweatshirt. It's a nice story, but
man, you guys are hard.
What did I do?
In reality, that dude is gonna, like, when that kid pulled away, he's like, yeah, that was nice, but I got snot all over me now.
Wow. Such haters.
The top of the sixth.
What did I do? Why are you lumping me in with Nick?
You still got so many innings to sit through with some strange kid's snot on you.
Friends, now we know why this nation is lost.
Because of Nick?
Because
what
the generation that will one day
rule. Why do you keep
rule.
lumping me in with this?
The generation that will one day rule.
I haven't even said anything.
Is taking this beautiful, heartwarming story and just turning it into a pile of steaming filth.
Wait, what did I do?
It's a nice story.
You crapped on it at the beginning. Oh, he's a Yankee fan. He's terrible.
No. You began the story by saying Aaron Judge hit a home run, and I made a joke about how that's not uplifting that a Yankee hit a home run.
And then
I had no idea a child was going to be involved. Also, I'll be honest, I can't believe we're wasting our time talking about a crying kid at a baseball game. Who cares?
He's getting snot over a dude's
Who
sweatshirt.
cares, John? Like, what? This is...
You weren't inspired by this moment? How cool was this?
It's good for the kid.
Again, I rest my case, Your Honor. The next generation is lost.
I bet we could find a
They're
story like
lost.
this at every game. You
think this country sucks now?
Well,
Just wait till when these two Nimrods take over.
To be fair, this is in Canada, so we should be celebrating Canada, not even America.
Yeah,
here.
thanks, Canada.
Yeah, thanks to the Canadian guy. I like the Canadian guy. What?
Then go move there.
I don't
Both
wanna
of you.
I don't.
Both of you pack your bags. Pack your bags and take your stuff up to Canada.
It's too cold and Moose freaked me out.
Please. I'm trying to. We've been talking about today is NIL this
That's
and
your
bad
fault.
that and
I like
and
NIL.
every commercial break has had the same commercial and people are getting pissed off.
Taste
And
of
I'm
our takes.
And I'm trying to make everybody happy.
I'm happy.
And the first thing you two do is you squat on this story and crap on it.
Not the first thing I did. I laughed at first at Nick's funny joke. And then I just said, I mean, like, that's awesome. Good for the kid, but like,
I think it's a good story, but I'm also thinking about putting myself in that guy's shoes. I'm being sympathetic to both,
to the snot-covered sweatshirt that the guy's wearing.
He's got to sit through 3 more innings of that. And a stretch.
And the 7th inning stretch. People forget.
I have no faith in anyone anymore.
Why? Because we didn't want to just like be super like. Congrats to the kid.
I didn't want to be positive.
Like that's awesome.
Everything's the worst.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm like that's really
Hope
cool.
you two emos sink in the ocean.
Wow. Well, and who's being negative now? I'm happy for you, and I'm happy for the kid. Good
Which
for
ocean?
him. Just surprised we're talking about
It doesn't matter. They're all polluted anyway, and they're all boiling over.
Wow,
They're not going to exist anymore.
Who's negative now? Jeez.
I mean, you're
I'm
right.
just trying to fit in with my company.
I mean, yeah,
I'm just trying to fit
you're
in
not
with my
wrong.
there were
company.
temperatures of
thing.
over 140 degrees in Asia yesterday. So, John, yeah, you're not too far.
Oh, we're all going to die.
Well, you're probably won't. You'll die, but not because of that. You'll probably
No, it'll
die.
probably be my kids or my grandkids.
Well,
if I can get any.
Congrats on the sex, Nick.
What do you mean if you can get any? Oh, that's right. The supply chain's ruined. Thanks, Biden.
The supply chain made it.
Supply
Wait,
chain
was that a
kids is
euphemism?
gone.
Do we need to call Brookside? Congrats to that kid, though. That's pretty cool.
Updated results of the poll question. If you missed it earlier today, the FanDuel Sportsbook promo code 1620 has all the win. Well, I don't know if it's all the win totals, but
They
it's
have
a
a
lot of them.
lot of win totals. Yeah.
And Nebraska's included. The number is 7.5. Highest number it's been since 19.
No, remember that was lower. Or I guess that was about 7.5, or maybe that might have been 6.5. Actually, this might be the highest number since 2016. This might be the highest number for Nebraska since 2016.
No, 19 had to be around 8.
I thought we looked it up the other day, and it was. I'll look it up right now. All right, here we go. Nebraska.
After
you're right. It was 8.5.
It was 8.5. Okay. So it's the highest number. It's highest number.
Highest number since 19.
Highest number since 2019. Coming off a 3-9 season.
As we discussed earlier, we're not surprised anymore at the number, mainly because we kind of deduced that because of the Big Ten West odds. So you and I changed our predictions last week. I think both had 7. So we were a little low. But where we are surprised is that the shading is on the overhitting.
Yes, the shade, and for those again who aren't familiar, the shade means that if you want to bet Nebraska to go over 8 or 7.5 wins, you got to pay $140 to win 100.
Yeah.
But if you take the under, your $100 bet gets you paid $120. And that to me is the more surprising thing than the actual total itself, because we were both within a half game when we made the predictions last week. But the fact that the shade is to the over was a little surprising to me. Right now, and you can vote free of charge, by the way, no commercials necessary, by going to the FanDuel, or not FanDuel, by going to the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. 72% would bet the under. So we're still within the margin of error. When I did a similar poll 3 weeks ago, asking essentially the same question. If the total were 7.5, would you bet the over and the under? And the unders won at 75% of the vote. So we're still pretty much where we were 3 weeks ago. And this is, of course, after the news of O'Shawn Mathis, after the news of Devin Drew.
Mm-hmm.
But now that it's actually out there,
now that it's
and Las Vegas is
number.
actually putting the number out there and saying, here is the number. Here's what you can bet on. That puts a little more reality.
Yeah, it's no longer theoretical.
By the way, Nebraska's number higher than Iowa's, higher than Minnesota's, higher than Purdue's, and only what is it? A game?
A game behind Wisconsin.
A game behind Wisconsin.
Yeah. And that's interesting to me too, because when we asked the poll question a couple weeks ago, hey, what will Nebraska's record be? You would presumably think that the shading was actually on the over. John writes in, I don't do, as John would say, the Twitter. So here is my vote. I would sell my house and put it on the under if I weren't married. And then different John. I just joined the show. Is the 7.5 total in football or basketball? Come to think of it, doesn't matter. Under. Bet the under.
Oof. It's a football total.
It is a football total indeed. They don't do win totals for hoops.
Yeah,
they do conference stuff and national championship.
Yeah, they don't do win totals for basketball.
Yeah, at least I haven't seen any. I think because the season can be kind of strange.
Yeah.
Because it's not like college football, everybody plays 12, so you know those numbers. I almost wonder, if the point of entry on college hoops is a little different because I don't think everybody plays the same number of regular season games, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like for a lot of schools, I know it is 30. It can be 30.
It can be 30,
29, 30,
31, I believe, is where it usually ends up. But
because
it depends if you're in one of those tournaments, those preseason tournaments.
Because if you play 31 games and then you were to go and you were a really good team and you won 3 games in your conference tournament and then you won all of the games in the NCAA tournament or just played in all the games in the NCAA tournament, you could play up to 40. But so it can be different school to school, conference to conference.
Yeah, it can be different. It can be different.
Mm-hmm.
All right, still to come, we have dumb debates. Dumb debates. But to wrap things up real quick, going back to old Aaron Judge. This is actual sports stuff. You guys don't have to crap on this. Some kid's not getting rewarded with the ball from
what a participant
hero.
Says the guy who hates free stuff. The kid just got a free thing, and you're for this, huh?
He got it. From
he got
an
a
adult.
handout.
My issue.
Nice. Well, yeah. Here we go again.
You hate handouts. I'm surprised that you like this.
My issue isn't the kid getting the ball. That's very sweet. I just
doesn't
also
want
feel
boogers.
bad for the dude who's gonna have to sit with snot.
Oh, he's gonna get COVID and die.
It's not a COVID.
Geez.
They're just
Stop
snot.
being so negative, John. I'll wipe my
being
boogers
negative.
I'm gonna wipe my boogers on John during the break. We'll see if
But
he
I'm not
cries
giving you
like
a ball, and
I'm
not asking you for a warm embrace.
So what about? Well, I'll give you one anyway. What about Aaron?
I
Judge?
don't want one.
What
You
did he-
might need. Do you need a hug, John?
What did Aaron Judge do this
No,
time?
I need to launch you both into the sun right now. Is what I need
Triggered.
to do. At his current pace, Aaron Judge would finish with 61 home runs and 128 runs batted in.
Ooh, Roger Maris.
And don't forget, Mr. Judge, or the Judge,
All rise.
is in a contract year because he did not sign an extension before the season and said he wasn't going to do it.
Will he
once
enter the
season
transfer
began.
portal in June? Though?
Well, because he's under a contract,
He's
Josh,
not allowed to?
Now everyone knows he's a free agent.
What does this mean for his name, image, likeness?
Well, I'm sure he's going to share his name, image, or likeness on that baseball that was given to that beautiful little boy. It's being savaged right now by these two yahoos.
It's not easy to get snot stains out of a sweatshirt, especially if it's a high-end one.
Oh, wow. Look at high-end sweatshirt boy over here.
I'm assuming.
We'll be back after this on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis. Speaking of kids, the junior golf programs will be here before you know it, already a month away, and you can get all sorts of information right now at miraclehillgolf.com/store. Whether it is for those that are brand new to the game, ages 5 to 10, whether it's ones who have played a little bit but want to improve, ages 8 to 15, or the experienced golfers who are ready to play in their team golf leagues, ages 10 and up, they have those for you. And one of the best parts, in my opinion, is the student to teacher ratio, 5-to-1 for that first age group and only 6-to-1 for that second age group. So they're not going to be standing around with the coach super far away, just trying to figure it out on their own. They will have teaching, they will have instruction, and they will get better and fall in love with the game of golf. Head to that website right now, miraclehillgolf.com/store. More information. And of course, give them a call, 402-498-0220. Had a great meeting with the folks there yesterday, talking about some of the things that they have coming up moving forward, including their Memorial Day golf scramble, of which I will be participating in. Cannot wait to get on the course that morning and afternoon for some golf. 402-498-0220. Give them a call. Book your virtual, book your regular tee times today. They are located just north of Dodge on 120th Street, Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
There are actually two kinds of cigars. The first is the one you smoke with beloved family and friends. The second, the one you enjoy with friends you've just met. And you'll find both at Hearth Cigars and Pipes Lounge. At Hearth Cigars and Pipes Lounge, there's a well-stocked humidor with some of the best bands from around the world, and a bar with your favorite cocktails and other drinkables. So what do you say? Which cigar will you be enjoying tonight? Hearth Cigars and Pipes Lounge, just off I-680 and 48th Street next to Cubby's.
Have your mom friends shared all the hacks? You know, the prepping bottles before you go to bed so you don't have to make them in the middle of the night kind of hacks. Here's one more. Give yourself a 4th trimester, the time you need to relax, restore, and take care of anything that doesn't feel right, like sore hips or even peeing when you sneeze. Athletico Physical Therapy can help you rebuild your pelvic floor muscles and work through any postpartum aches and pains. No prescription needed in most states, and services covered by insurance. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com.
Excuse me, Carol?
Hey, Dale. You finished that report I asked for?
Oh, yeah, about that. I didn't get a chance to do it.
No worries. You've been so busy.
Really?
Of course. Dale, you're our hardest worker. You should take an extra week of vacation.
Are you firing me?
No, I promise. Just giving you the break you deserve.
Wow. Thanks, boss. You sure you're not firing me?
Actually, I'm going to promote you. But first, take a week off on the company's dime.
Sometimes things just get better. Like AT&T. We've invested more than $150 million to grow our wireless network coverage to over 99% of Nebraska. So you can talk, text, and share in more places than ever. Visit att.com/Nebraska and learn how to get a free smartphone when you switch to AT&T. Coverage not available everywhere. Over 99% coverage based on third-party data. Network investments based on 2018 through 2020 expenditure.
Hi guys, it's Andrew with Brookside Medical Clinic. Is erectile dysfunction damaging your relationship? Are you sick of the pill and all the side effects? Well, welcome to the future. We have a major medical breakthrough. Brookside Medical Clinic uses the most advanced form of wave therapy. Backed by 60 clinical studies, our technology uses pressure waves to repair and open up blood vessels. We've helped countless men get rid of their ED. But what is the true end result? Their relationship, even their lives, improve drastically. If you're ready to regain your love life, call us right now, and not only will the assessment and ultrasound be free, we'll also give you a gift that produces immediate results in the bedroom. It almost never fails. This is worth $550, and it's free to callers right now. 402-671-7777. That's 402-671-7777. Put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and experience what I call the happiness ripple effect. Call Brookside Medical Clinic now. 402-671-7777.
Meet Caitlin and Adrian, a just married couple that loves each other almost as much as I love windows. As a dedicated Pella window and door replacement advisor, I help guide them through our quality options and decide on the right choice for their style and budget.
For an exclusive offer, go to PellaOmaha.com/radio. Certain restrictions apply. See store for details. Offer ends May 31st.
I first got to know Charles when he was one of my earliest supporters and made him the chair of my agriculture advisory committee. You have the chance to elect a die-hard MAGA champion as your governor, Charles W. Herbster.
I promise you, as the governor, I will make Nebraska great again.
Charles W. Herbster, a good man. Get everyone you know and vote for Charles W. Herbster.
Paid for by Herbster for Nebraska. Paid for by Herbster for Nebraska.
As America finally moves towards ending abortion, Charles W. Herbster knows governors must take the next step. Just like President Donald J. Trump delivered on his promises, Charles W. Herbster will protect the unborn.
We will protect innocent life, and we will proudly uphold the Judeo-Christian values of our nation's founding.
Endorsed by President Trump, trusted to fight for pro-life conservative values, Charles W. Herbster, Governor.
Hello, I'm Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. If you've been dissatisfied with your current banking situation, maybe it's time to move to a bank that works to deserve your business. We have an engaged staff that offers exceptional personalized service. We also have a great digital banking platform. We have 2 locations at 108th and Dodge or 202nd and Pacific. So if you're looking for a superior banking relationship, give us a call at 402-827-8100. We'll answer on the first ring. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
There's nothing quite like listening to the Kansas City Royals
to the wall.
on 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Dumb Debates is coming up in just a few moments. Did you know, so we're watching the A's and the Rays right now.
A lot of broadcasts now, I mean, it's almost mandatory that you have the K zone or the strike zone. Like right now, we're watching the NBC Sports Bay West coverage, and they've got the invisible, not the invisible, but they've got the strike zone around home plate.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that strike zone that we see on television is not the same strike zone that the umpires themselves are graded on?
I did not until this week.
Yeah. Jeff Passan, who's now
friend of the program,
trying to work his way back into my new favorite baseball writer.
Come on, Jeff.
It's Jason Stark, Jeff Passan.
And they keep trading barbs.
But Passan found out this week that the K zone and how the umpires are graded. Every umpire after a game is sent a grade of how they did using the data that they have in the stadium, using what they call the Hawkeye system. It's not an Iowa thing, trust me. But because of the way that the contract was negotiated between Major League Baseball and the umpires union, the umpires are judged on a different strike zone than the one we see on television. Because when this technology first started getting installed in stadiums a few years ago, and they were actually able to—
You're talking about the K zone, or are you talking about the umpire one?
K zone, Hawkeye, all the different technology that allows you to create these strike zones. Initially, some of those systems weren't accurate enough. There was a higher margin for error. And so the umpires, when they negotiated their deal with Major League Baseball on being graded in such a way, were actually given some leeway, 2 inches on either side of the plate.
It's a lot of inches.
The plate itself is 17 inches wide.
Yeah.
So it's basically it's almost a 25% margin of error.
Wow. So like 21 inches across is kind of what they're working with.
So the plate that is being analyzed
by the umps is bigger than the K zone.
Bigger than the K zone, bigger than the actual strike zone.
And is it bigger up and down? Is it bigger vertically?
I believe it is.
That's hilarious.
And so what happens
is a way for them to get away with stuff, almost, right?
So it's the by MLB's calculations, reading from the story, the league-wide average for umpires on correct and acceptable calls, which is considered vertically, belt to knees, and 21 inches across,
which is bigger than the home plate,
which is 17-inch wide plate plus 2 inches either way. Umpires graded out on average at 97.4% ball strike accuracy in 2021. The lowest graded umpire was at 96%. By contrast, when you grade them using the strict K-zone strike zone that we see on television, those numbers are down into the lower 90th percent. And that's the funny thing, Josh, is when I watch baseball, I've actually, thanks to K-zone, gotten a newfound appreciation for home plate umpires, because they're still using the K-zone. Most umpires are in the 92 to 94% accuracy, which, if you think about it, you're seeing on average, you're probably judging upwards of 250 pitches a game.
And so to be that good is pretty impressive.
Be that good is pretty darn good. But now you're giving 2 inches on either side of the plate and a little leeway up and down. And all of a sudden, what they're being graded on, they're being graded on a curve. But that's what was negotiated.
And you were trying to be positive last segment, and Nick and I poo-pooed you. Did you see the video from a couple of nights ago? It was a game on Monday where the umpire completely missed a pitch that was in the strike zone. It should have been strike 3. The inning should have been over. And then going in, he apologized. He said, "Hey, that one was on."
Yeah, it was cool.
An uplifting moment with no boogers to be seen. Aaron says, "I don't care what system the umps are judged on. Angel Hernandez sucks."
Yeah, and basically the genesis of this story, the reason why this story was investigated was, and it used Angel Hernandez in the call last weekend against Kyle Schwarber 2 weekends ago as kind of the the touchstone for this story. And under how baseball umpires are graded, the pitch that set Kyle Schwarber off, even though on K-Zone it was a ball, according to how MLB umpires are graded, it was a strike because of the extra 2 inches they get off the plate. Now,
2 inches is a lot.
That still doesn't.
Said it.
2 inches makes a difference.
Still doesn't mean that Angel Hernandez doesn't have pictures of somebody in compromising positions as to why he still has a job. But yeah. So if you've always wondered, that's what it is. By the way, in Hernandez's 4 games this year, according to True Media, which is basically the folks who operate the K-Zone and stuff, his ball strike rate is 91%. But when you compare it to how they're graded, how they're actually graded, his report card says 94.5%. So he's bumped up by 3%.
Interesting.
Dumb Debates is coming up next.
Ooh.
Don't forget, you can register to win a Storm Chaser fan experience, which includes a chance to throw out a first pitch at a ball game, tickets, merchandise, prize packs, and more. Visit 1620thezone.com and get yourself registered.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone Traffic.
From the Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More Time-Saving Traffic Center. Heads up, we've got a report of a crash on the North Freeway at Hamilton affecting southbound commuters. Also a wreck on southbound 96th at Lincoln Road. If you're west on 370, stop-and-go traffic can slow you down between 72nd and 84th. And road work still causing stop-and-go traffic on the northbound JFK between Childs Road and Chandler, and on the southbound JFK between Q Street and Childs Road. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Come on, when was the last time you had your Fernando's fix? It doesn't get any better than lunch, dinner, carry out, even catering from Fernando's. Get your Fernando's fix. 114th and Dodge, 75th and Pacific, and FernandosOmaha.com.
I first got to know Charles when he was one of my earliest supporters and made him the chair of my agriculture advisory committee. You have the chance to elect a die-hard MAGA champion as your governor, Charles W. Herbster.
I promise you, as the governor, I will make Nebraska great again.
Charles W. Herbster, a good man. Get everyone you know and vote for Charles W. Herbster.
Paid for by Herbster for Nebraska. Paid for by Herbster for Nebraska.
As America finally moves towards ending abortion, Charles W. Herbster knows governors must take the next step. Just like President Donald J. Trump delivered on his promises, Charles W. Herbster will protect the unborn.
We will protect innocent life, and we will proudly uphold the Judeo-Christian values of our nation's founding.
Endorsed by President Trump, trusted to fight for pro-life conservative values, Charles W. Herbster, Governor.
Seller's market? Yeah, that's the understatement of the year. So how does that affect you?
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists.
No matter what's going on with the economy, there are several unbendable laws at work. The biggest one is, when supply is low, the demand is high. It's no different in the housing market. Right now, the difference in the number of available homes in the metro area versus the number of waiting buyers is extreme. So if you're thinking that you want to buy, what should you do, or even not do? Well, first things first, let's make a plan. Mortgage Specialists will be there to give you all the correct information you're going to need. We know ways that'll show the seller that you're a serious buyer. We'll use all of our knowledge and experience to show you other ways to navigate in this market. I'm Brent Rasmussen. Call me at Mortgage Specialists, and we can show you all of the details. Mortgage Specialists, driven, trusted, reliable.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
Cards issued by Celtic Bank, member FDIC. Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's credit cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 3.3% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Love getting prices that are lower than low on food that's fresher than fresh? Then shop at Baker's. We give you more ways to save on the fresh you love with tools like the Baker's app, where you can find personalized coupons on top of weekly sales, giving you prices that are lower than the everyday low. Baker's, fresh for everyone.
Get more ways to save at the Buy 5 or More Save $1 each sale. Just buy 5 or more participating items and save $1 each with card. Baker's, fresh for everyone.
Hello, I'm Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. If you've been dissatisfied with your current banking situation, maybe it's time to move to a bank that works to deserve your business. We have an engaged staff that offers exceptional personalized service. We also have a great digital banking platform. We have 2 locations at 108th and Dodge or 202nd and Pacific. So if you're looking for a superior banking relationship, give us a call at 402-827-8100. We'll answer on the first ring. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Shop Woodhouse Place Hyundai and Nissan, 144th and Giles. KOZN, Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs.
It'd be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
From your mom.
Listen or some not to, we did anyway. Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mailing a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just 3 radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around,
even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just 3 radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just 3 radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just 3 radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Welcome to Dumb Debates. And may the 4th be with you.
And also with you, John.
Thank you. And on that spirit, or in the spirit of May the 4th be with you, comes a question from Rick. You get a role in Star Wars.
Ooh, hell yeah.
Which do you choose? And what part do you want to play? And he asks it be it a non-main character.
So I can't be like Han Solo.
No.
Or awesome
But
Darth
you can
Vader.
be Porkins.
I don't know who that is.
Porkins was on the
Well, I'll
trench
show
run.
you because that's my Bring up the
Eject. I can hold it. No,
Oh, that guy, poor guy.
Yeah, Porkins dies.
I love Porkins.
Well,
He's one of my favorite side characters.
Too bad, Nick.
You can't take Porkins away from me.
You just did.
I just did.
Yeah, take
Messed
that.
up.
I'm Porkin.
Fine.
Nick can be Jar Jar.
Because I would love,
I don't want to be a Gungan.
I would love to do like several different outtakes of how, because Pork is just like, "Bah!" but maybe like,
No, not no.
Stop making that noise.
No, not like that.
I mean,
Not
the
like
acting that goes into that. That had to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it
to
would.
shoot that scene.
I
All
love
right,
Porkins.
side character. I mean,
Fine. Let me be a clone trooper
why a clone trooper?
because they're cool. That's all I got.
Clone troopers who eventually became stormtroopers, agents of Darth
No,
Vader.
they don't all become stormtroopers because of the advanced process.
People forget that Nazis were
cloning.
called stormtroopers.
People do forget that.
Yeah.
A lot of the clone troopers actually died before, episode 4.
So I'm trying to figure out which characters I cannot choose in this discussion.
You could be a Padawan.
No, I don't want to be a Padawan.
We'll let you be Jar Jar. I know you want to be Jar Jar.
I absolutely.
Misa Josh.
No, I not a fan of Jar Jar. What about? I'll be like one of the. I don't see now. I love Star Wars, but I definitely do not know the names of the creatures. The ones that are like white with the beady little black eyes playing. What are those guys called?
Oh, just the band?
Yeah, I'll be one of those guys. I'm a music guy, but I'll be like, guys, no more music. We're a podcast.
I don't
now.
remember what they're called, but do you know what the actual name in universe of that genre of music is?
What's that? Podcast.
Jazz, but the vowel is not A.
Oh, well, that works. I'm good with that.
I don't know if I can say it.
Nah, don't say it.
I'm not gonna say it.
Don't say it. It's with an I.
Yep.
Yeah. Nice.
Interesting.
Yeah.
In canon.
Jeff does say that Nick has to be Jar Jar.
I don't want to be Jar Jar.
Sorry, the people have spoken.
No, let me be a pod racer then. That's like Space Formula 1.
Oh, one of the coolest scenes in all of the movies.
This is pod racing.
It was pretty cool.
All right, speaking of Nick, so Nick sent a group DM earlier this week because this is how we communicate for show ideas and all sorts of stuff. So at 1:40 p.m. on Monday, Nick sent a DM into our chat that said, I would avoid the upstairs bathroom if you can.
Oh.
I'd avoid the upstairs bathroom if you can. So here's my question for you. We do not have a bathroom upstairs because this is the main floor.
Didn't we have that?
We
had this
did.
thing.
Did we already do this? Okay.
When I say upstairs, I mean relative to the one downstairs.
Well, I know, but yeah, because that's the downstairs bathroom.
We need to be consistent.
This already?
We need to be consistent with this building. This is the main floor.
This is the main floor.
Downstairs is downstairs. Upstairs
Sorry, I
is
forgot
upstairs.
that we had already done it because I was basically going to ask.
I forgot that we did it. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
My bad.
No, it's okay. I forgot that we did it too.
The floor that I'm on is the main floor.
Yes.
Because then it's something with postal codes where some buildings.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that now. Yes, because what is our address? We're a capital. We're not Dodge.
We're not Dodge.
If our building was Dodge, then Nick actually would have been right.
Correct.
But because my bad. I apologize. All right. We did that.
Jonathan wants to know, I'm a little late, but which sport has the worst high fives? Golfers and caddies give some pretty terrible high fives. Yes, they do.
I don't even know.
Golfers and caddies are mainly what? White people.
Old white people.
Are there high fives like the golf clap?
No, they miss each other. It's like a lot of like, oh, they got to do them again. Like, oh, I missed it. Let's do another high five.
How do you miss a high five?
I should be.
You never missed a high five before?
Oh, I
have.
I literally missed one recently.
I've had way too many encounters where I'm not sure if someone's going in for a handshake or a fist dap, and it just gets awkward. Absolutely.
Because we're old white guys. That's what happens.
Yes.
Yeah. Golf. I can't even think of another sport. Because basketball, they're always good at high fives in basketball, like about a free throw or something like that.
Well, and there's different ways, there's the double arm hook.
Oh, yeah. Like there's the fist bumps. You could definitely do the fist bumps.
I mean, most athletes in team sports are pretty good at the whole
good
celebration
hand-eye
thing.
coordination. They have to
But because golfers aren't athletes,
whoa,
they're pretty awkward and uncoordinated.
You know what? Along those lines, Zach just emailed into the Equitable Bank inbox. Racing is a sport.
Thank you, Zach.
NASCAR, F1 Indy, etc. That said, are drivers or the vehicles the athletes?
The drivers.
I think it's the vehicle.
The vehicles are a tool.
The vehicle is doing all the work.
Okay, are the cleats the athlete or the tool that the athletes use?
Well, the cleats aren't doing all the work. The better one would be, are the golf
Well, the cars also aren't doing all the work.
I would say that they're doing the majority of the work. Are they going?
They are going forward.
The cleats aren't going. They need the vestige of my body. But a car could theoretically drive itself. They do drive themselves.
It can't drive itself. It can go straight by
can drive itself.
That's
what
not
if Elon
driving.
Musk did it? He could set up a driving
Did
NASCAR.
you say Eli Musk?
No, Elon Musk.
I thought you said Eli Musk.
Don't put Eli in my mouth. Don't you do that. Wow. Damn it. The cars are the athletes. That's an easy one.
Just like the golf clubs are the athletes.
That's fine with me.
Or the football. The football's the athletes.
The football's the athlete, yeah.
That's not how it works.
The boxing ring, athlete.
When is it acceptable to file for fan free agency, says Ed.
Ooh.
He is an A's fan, and we're watching the A's right now. They're losing 3-0. They've been scoreless all game long, and then they gave all the runs up in the 8th inning. When is acceptable to file for fan free agency?
I think, in my opinion, it cannot be about losing. I think it has to be a combination of, like, that can be a part of the discussion, but there has to be like Cincinnati Reds fans right now. It's not just that they're losing. It's that their president of baseball operations is also being a complete jerk about the losing.
Yes.
I think that that's okay. And certainly if heinous Penn State-like activities are happening within your franchise or program, I think that it is okay to say, I am done watching this team. But I don't want.
But at the end of the day, isn't it about the losing? If you keep losing and losing
Yeah,
and
I guess-
losing,
yeah,
I
I
mean,
guess
you
so.
could make the argument that they're not doing a very good job of trying.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I think we need to put some guardrails on
I mean,
this.
you were a Cubs
You can't
fan.
just be in the fan transfer portal all the time. We have to have periods. You have to
Gotta
sign a
have
contract.
You have to have a fan contract.
You have to have a fan contract. See, I have a lifelong contract with the Cubs and the Rams. I'm never.
Yeah, I would never.
I'm never ditching them.
Dallas has had some bad seasons, and they've had some good seasons that have ended horrifically. But I would never imagine rooting for somebody else. That sounds very silly to me. But Dallas, look, they signed Greg Hardy, and I did not like that signing, and he was a piece of garbage. And it's not like Jerry Jones is a bastion of awesomeness. But for the most part, knock on wood, Dallas has not done anything too heinous beyond just lose and make me sad. But there hasn't been like a controversy like that, or because that's the one where I just play. Like if they signed Deshaun Watson, I don't know how I would have felt about that. Would I have rooted for him still? Yes, but it would not have been fun. I feel for Browns fans. That's not going to be a good time.
It's been a while since we've had a good fartdom debate. And of course, it comes from Johnny Pig. I need help naming a new diabolical trick my 9-year-old son taught me. Farting in the car and then turning on the cooling seats AC to blow the fart around the car. So it's the automotive version of the hot box.
I was going to say it's definitely a hot box,
but
there's a little something extra.
But nowadays, you got cars where you can actually get the heated and the cooled seats.
And
so it blows cool sitting in the car. Usually that thing gets buried into the cushion. But now that thing gets buried in the cushion. But if you turn the CAC on
and then move a little bit,
it's going to blow that sucker all over the place. So I think in honor of the hot box, we could call it the cool box. Or there's the old trick where you fart and then you bury your loved one's head under the covers. That's called a Dutch oven.
Yeah.
Maybe we could, I don't know, what kind of ethnicity can we call it?
I was going to call it the fart fan.
We just call it the icebox.
The icebox.
Ooh, the icebox is good.
We call it that. But I think we need to work in the fan because that is a big reason why it is the smell is spreading through the vehicle.
Right. I'd kind of like to give it a cool name like Cleveland Steamer.
The Finnish fan, John.
So we got to come up with a city name. All right, when you think farts, what city do you think first?
Pittsburgh.
St. Louis.
All right, well, Pittsburgh or St. Louis. I'm good with either of those. I like St. Louis. That's funny. The St. Louis fan. Well, no, because then that makes it sound like you're talking about the Cardinals. Nobody wants to talk about the Cardinals.
No, what if you're talking about the Battlehawks?
What if you talk about the St. Louis Spreader?
The St. Louis Spreader.
Yeah.
Now, it was invented here in Omaha.
The Omaha Spreader. The pig spreader. See,
Gotta-
that sounds like something you're like.
It helps
Sounds
though
like
if
a
we have
medical
something
tool.
that has some alliteration. Is there an O word we can use?
For Omaha.
Omission. The Omaha omission.
Oh, the Omaha omission.
Johnny Pig.
Icebox.
That sounds like something one of his kids would do.
Yeah, Icebox though, for now is a good one.
Icebox, great character.
Call it
in
an
Little
Icebox.
Giants. Yeah, you're too old to see it. You're too young to see it. Damn it. Little Giants, a classic movie from my youth. Riss asked this question earlier this week because we were watching. What were we watching? We were watching something, and a character was eating chicken wings. And she said, "What is the most unattractive / least sexy food to eat?" Basically, I'm asking, is there a more unattractive food to watch someone eat than chicken wings? Because of, you're licking the bone, you're slurping the bone, you're doing all those weird noises John was doing earlier, and then you're licking your fingers too. Is there a food that is more unattractive or less sexy to watch someone eat than chicken wings?
Well, anything from any chicken from Popeyes, because it's so small and you're having to like hold it, and it's like.
Does it have to be gross or off-putting, or can it just be
it does have
boring?
to be a finger food like ribs or chicken and something that has sauce.
Slurpy noises.
Watching somebody eat like Chex isn't doing anything for me. But
no, it didn't have to be from that perspective. It was more like you just look like an ugly person as you eat this.
Okay.
Yeah. That's funny. Honey, you're eating Chex Mix. I am not turned on right now.
Yeah,
I think it's wings. I racked my brain all week long. And I couldn't think of
ribs are one though too, because you're gnawing on that bone, and
you're getting sauce everywhere.
And it does have like the stringy parts at times. Yeah, that's pretty solid.
Either one is a good answer.
Yeah.
Or just fried chicken in general.
Yeah, it's not like watching somebody eat fried chicken is the most enjoyable thing.
But typically
it's
fried
bigger,
chicken,
so you can pull it off the
but
bone.
fried chicken doesn't have the sauce component.
I think the worst is any food that leaves the grease residue anywhere around your mouth.
Yeah, especially
or in your beard.
I would vote wings or ribs.
Yeah,
I would too.
Andy, by the way, with a better name than what we all came up with, Omaha Odor. Jeez, guys.
The Omaha Odor.
The Omaha Odor. I like that.
It's not bad.
Yeah, but where's the flair?
Yeah. Like steamer.
Or omission. Sean.
Kevin says, my wife and I often talk about what foods would be terrible first date foods. Pretty much any meat off the bone, wings or ribs, and a low-key one would be upscale ramen. I've never had upscale ramen. Why is that not an attractive food to watch somebody eat?
When you say
upscale, you're just slurping a bunch of noodles, and they're very lengthy, long.
That's true. They are very
I'd say
long.
anything with onions.
Yeah.
You kiss,
Oh, you could, yeah.
You want like garlic and onions?
But again, it's about watching the process, not about the future.
Okay.
Yeah, the future.
I thought we'd moved on to another food related.
One more. Casey Mike's mom says, licking and slurping the bone is sexy as hell. If the right person is doing it, trust me.
Amazing.
Husker Follower says, driving one vertebrate animal to extinction ends all war for perpetuity. Would you do it? And which animal would you choose?
Vertebrate?
So basically animals with vertebrae.
Yeah. No, I wanted to make sure I heard.
Yeah. So
we're killing an animal?
Or
they're killing all of this animal.
So we're driving this animal into extinction.
So like the dodo bird.
Would you do it?
R.I.P.
If it ended all war for perpetuity, and which animal would you choose?
Well, so give me some animal possibilities here, and I'll
anything with a spine.
So just with a spine?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, Josh would obviously pick humans because imagine the contract he would get. I mean, if all of a sudden the U.S. government said, "Hey, we're going to make humans extinct,"
that
stop
would stop all
so
wars.
that we can end war.
It would
probably.
We're going to
stop a
have
lot
to
of things on the
contract
world.
this work out because even we can't do it with our expansive military. Josh's murder cult would be in line to get a big government contract.
So really what we're talking about here is what animals, if you actually got rid of them all, would it would be okay for like what's the word I'm looking
The
for?
ecology?
Yes, because
none of them.
None. I can't kill any animal.
I can't think of a single animal
Why
that's
is
okay
it
with
good to have skunks? That's
Yeah.
my question.
Why is it good to have skunks?
What do skunks do that are good for us
Yeah.
as humans?
That couldn't be that
can't be replicated elsewhere.
Yeah, that
I mean, I know
other
they're
animals
stinky.
can't pick up the slack.
They
for.
have the Omaha odor.
They
Like I
do.
know about that.
Yep.
But why are they important to our society?
They eat mice, voles, beetles, larvae, wasps,
Don't care.
crickets.
Don't care about any.
Do you
of
know
that
how
stuff.
many other animals eat those same critters?
And I see crickets all the time, so they're not doing that good of a job.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm killing skunks.
They
Skunks?
help gardens and farms.
Skunks?
You kill the skunks, you're going to kill
Skunks?
farms.
You fired.
How you gonna
Skunks?
How you
Get them out.
How you gonna? I mean, that's what pesticides and combines
here
and all that
for
are
war.
for. We don't
Wow,
need
John
skunks.
Bishop here for putting chemicals in food.
We're also
we already
anti-war,
do.
Nick. We
Makes the food taste good and last
we
longer.
cured all war.
So all of those skunks, what are we doing with all their bodies? Are they just getting Thanos disappeared?
I was gonna say I'm
Okay.
snapping my fingers and they're gone.
Because then we're just gonna have a pile of billions of skunks somewhere.
We'll figure it out. I'm not too worried. There's no more war. We'll figure it out. We have brain power now because we're not focused on war all the time.
That's true. Skunks is a good pick.
Yeah.
What do hippopotamuses do for us?
Oh, great question. Now here goes Nick, and he's gonna Google it. What do birds have vertebrae?
Oh, we got to keep the birds.
No, I'm just because I was gonna say, like, what about turkeys?
I do like this. The one thing I love
Thanksgiving would be
about
better.
This time of year is when you wake up in the morning, like 6 a.m. and you just hear all the birds chirping outside this time of year. It's really kind of cool.
And you can
all
open
birds are rad.
Not turkeys. Let's get rid of turkeys. We don't need turkeys.
Oh, no,
Thanksgivings would finally be better. Oh, no more garbage turkey. Let's have fried chicken at Thanksgiving now.
Oh, like we do every other day of the year.
Sounds great to me.
Via their feces, hippos transport large quantities of silicon, an important substance for ecosystems from land to water.
Ooh, that's
they have important poop.
I mean, if we're gonna keep breast implants alive, we need to keep the
keep the
hippopotamuses, I guess.
By the way, Chris, a few more unsexy foods: corn on the cob, crab legs, and lobster. Corn on the cob is a good one again because of the stringy.
Well,
components.
but you're not okay. I'll disagree on lobster. You can eat lobster without getting your face all dirty.
Absolutely, you could eat it with a knife and a fork.
Yeah.
Is it because of the poop part of lobster? Like, have you ever eaten lobster? There's part of it you're scraping. There's a little lobster dung.
If you're apparently going to the wrong lobster restaurants.
No, that's a part of the good lobster restaurants. There's poop.
No, they take that out for you.
Not if it comes right. If it comes fresh off the tail, you'll see.
Wow, a couple of lobster boys over
I've
here.
had it once.
How's the 1%, guys?
It was a good
What's
meal.
that?
Nick.
I've never had lobster before.
Well, that's your
I'll probably never get to taste it.
Well, stop eating your Chex Mix.
It's not that expensive.
Yeah, I mean it's pricey, but not if you like save up for once every few months.
Yeah, we're not talking Wagyu beef here.
Yeah, that's
it. Feels weird to save up for months to buy a lobster.
Not really.
And
you want a nice night out with the
missus? The
missus?
fun of boiling that thing alive.
Oh, see, I've never done
like that.
Psycho. I've done it at a restaurant. I've never made lobster myself. Steve says, "Good God, it's barely May," and Josh is already doing bad Thanksgiving takes. I need Robbie here.
Yeah,
I need Robbie here.
Yeah, you need your brother in bad takes alongside. He'll be on tomorrow. You can wax poetic about bad turkey. By the way, we had turkey again for Easter.
Turkey's so good.
Oh, off the smoker.
Did you? Oh, you didn't spatchcock it.
No, because it was just the breast.
Gotcha.
Because the hippopotamuses were really good at developing the silicon. Thus, we had.
Okay.
Let's see.
I got one from Jason. He says, "Does anyone know a single person who actually plans on watching the new Top Gun movie?"
No.
Yes,
I do.
my wife.
Your wife, yeah.
She is very excited.
My wife.
I'm pretty sure my parents will see it.
We went to a movie last weekend. She was trying to Kramer, take video of the trailer.
Does she not know about the internet?
YouTube
have no
exists.
Does she not know that the internet exists?
I have no idea.
The trailer is there in high definition on the internet.
I know.
It's very legal.
I didn't even bother to ask. I was rolling my eyes through the whole thing, going, "How can a guy who's only 3'7" fly an F-15 fighter?" It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, all he has to do is shift up all 18 gears when he's driving the F8, F30. What's he? Flying?
Whatever plane he's flying.
He just wanted to make fun of him for being short, Nick.
Yeah, and I was making fun of the thing that he did in Days of Thunder, where he shifted the car 4 gears.
I will not be seeing that movie.
I won't either. Because the wife found somebody else to go with.
First one, garbage. Sky says, if black tie and gowns is considered dress to the nines, then what clothes would be considered dress to the twos? Jean shorts?
Well,
and a cutoff tee.
Probably.
Wow, don't come after jorts that way.
Probably a rando concert band T-shirt, a plaid short sleeve shirt.
Backwards hat, maybe.
Backwards hat.
And jeans.
And jeans.
Or something else.
Dress to the twos. Man, that's going way down the list.
Jean shorts.
Jorts. Torn
jorts.
Yes, definitely.
Like in the crotch and the upper thigh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe some mustard stains.
Maybe the undershirt tank top that's been given
the wife beater.
I wasn't going to say that.
I didn't know. I thought that's just. What
I don't know. I know that's what they call it. That's probably dressed to the 2s.
That's a good one.
I'd be scared to know about dressing to the 1s.
Bill from King of the Hill.
That's a good one, yeah.
Yeah.
Kelsey says, turkey is the only meat my 5-year-old will actually eat. Even she knows it's amazing. See, that's a bad argument for turkey being good. If my kid eats it, that doesn't mean it's good.
Again, you haven't.
Kids don't know what they're doing. They cry and get boogers all over the place.
It's all
at
about
baseball games.
It's all about the
Canada.
Preparation. If you prepare it right, it's a delicious.
Yeah, you just haven't had good turkey, Josh. And I'm sorry.
This is the best part about you guys doing this. If you put all this work and effort into
There's
it,
no work.
it can maybe
It's
be
not
tasty.
that hard.
It's not even work. You
Don't
just
have to
haven't
do
had
anything
it
with
right.
chicken. I just
It
fry
hasn't
it.
been
It's
prepared
delicious.
right.
Okay,
you can fry turkey and it's
what
delicious.
I do with the spatchcock turkey is less work than what you have to do to fry chicken.
Well, I don't fry it. She does. I just eat
Oh, of course. Always pawning off that stuff on
I'm
the
a
women.
bad cook.
On
I
the
do
women
the dishes.
folk.
I do
Woman,
the dishes.
make me my dinner.
Well, she's very good. I just do the dishes. She does the cooking because I'm not good at cooking.
Did you wash my clothes?
No.
I got to dress to the 2s tomorrow.
I'm not Nick. I do my own laundry.
I do my own. Who else would do my laundry if
No.
I didn't?
Nick, I was talking about you dressing to the 2s. and
Oh,
then I was,
okay.
Comma, I do my own.
Okay. I live alone. I hope nobody's doing my laundry.
Never know.
Oh, dumb debates. That's dumb debates for this week. Why do we always end up back on turkey again? I don't know.
Because it's a bad food and you guys have
It's
bad
a
food.
good
Josh
food.
is
You
spreading
just
bad
don't
lies and
know how to
propaganda.
have good turkey. That's all.
By the way, Noah 10-2 Noah says taking the over on the Husker win total. #GBR.
Well, of course he is. He would have set the total at 10.5.
Matt says panda bears are useless and barely want to exist as it is. Get rid of
Actually,
them.
that's true.
Wow.
Pandas,
But they're so cute.
Pandas almost went extinct because they stopped reproducing, and then scientists made them start reproducing again.
Wow.
Pandas they didn't care. They got so late. They just wanted to eat eucalyptus and bamboo.
They fall
and
off trees.
Die. No, that's pandas climb trees.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you think they get to the good stuff?
I've just never thought of a panda climbing a tree. I've always just picture them.
How do you
laying
think
down.
they get in the trees?
Do pandas go into trees?
Yes.
Haven't you ever been to a zoo to watch them in captivity?
Google panda in tree and just look at all of the photos of them all over trees.
Wow,
including this one.
Those pandas love trees.
Look at that guy.
Yeah, they love that. They love trees. Big fans of trees.
I didn't know pandas were at big tree bears.
They are.
I didn't know pandas were big emos.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah,
They're not emo. They just
they're
lazy.
They're wanting to end
They're
their
lazy.
lives.
They're
lazy
and
they don't
want to
have sex anymore.
Don't want to have sex.
Yeah, that
Sounds
sounds
like emos to me.
Like emos, indeed.
We're going to be on the road and bring this nonsense to Werner Park.
President C, we're coming to see
That's
ya.
right. We're coming to see President C this Friday from 2 to 6.
Oh, sorry.
You'll be able to watch along with it as well at 1620thezone.com.
The Connor Happer Show.
This won't be the first time you hear me say this year. And this is the case for both Boston and New York. Get a real ballpark. I know you're revered in the Green Monster and the short porch and Yankee Stadium and all that stuff. Get a real ballpark. It should be more than 310 down the line. I shouldn't be able to hit a pop fly with a 25-mile-an-hour wind and it blow out of the ballpark. This isn't spring training. This isn't the minor leagues. Get a real ballpark.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Cloudy and chilly weather into this evening with a few sprinkles. Later tonight, more widespread rain showers, low temperatures holding around 50. And more chilly, damp weather on Thursday, highs in the low to mid-50s. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More Time-Saving Traffic Center. Heads up, we've got a crash with injuries on eastbound I-80 at 42nd. It's causing stop-and-go traffic all the way back to 96th. Also, significant delays on eastbound L Street from I-80 to about 90th. Getting reports of delays on Industrial Road for both directions around 144th. Same goes on 204th around Q Street. And then stop-and-go traffic on the northbound JFK between Childs and Chandler. And stop-and-go traffic on the southbound JFK between Q and Childs Road. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Hey everyone, it's John with Saul's. Great jewelry is always in fashion, and we have it all at Saul's. From diamond bracelets to rings to earrings and those one-of-a-kind gold pieces that you can't find anywhere else, and so much more. Smart shoppers start here at Saul's.
I first got to know Charles when he was one of my earliest supporters and made him the chair of my agriculture advisory committee. You have the chance to elect a die-hard MAGA champion as your governor, Charles W. Herbster.
I promise you, as the governor, I will make Nebraska great again.
Charles W. Herbster, a good man. Get everyone you know and vote for Charles W. Herbster.
Paid for by Herbster for Nebraska. Paid for by Herbster for Nebraska.
As America finally moves towards ending abortion, Charles W. Herbster knows governors must take the next step. Just like President Donald J. Trump delivered on his promises, Charles W. Herbster will protect the unborn.
We will protect innocent life, and we will proudly uphold the Judeo-Christian values of our nation's founding.
Endorsed by President Trump, trusted to fight for pro-life conservative values, Charles W. Herbster, Governor.
Hey guys, spring is here and the honeydew list has begun. If you're getting ready to clean up your yard, Lanahaw is your one stop for all landscape needs. Buy your mulch at Lanahaw Nurseries. Best quality at the best price. Convenient delivery or pickup. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Before putting something in your body or in your mouth like Kratom or CBD, wouldn't you want to know a little something about these products? At 42 Degrees, we take pride in giving our staff all the training they need on CBD and Kratom and only carry lab-certified quality products. So if you're suffering from sore joints, discomfort from an old sports injury, or other ailments, stop by any 42 Degree location. Hear what Kratom and CBD can do for you. 42 Degrees, by your mom's house.
It hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm like, I never smoked a cigarette. How in the hell did I get lung cancer?
I don't smoke. I've never smoked. So I started Googling. One word just kept coming up, like it was in bold and red, and it was radon.
Radon is the number 2 cause of lung cancer.
Well, you don't know if it's in your home. You got to test. You can't see it. You can't taste it. You can't smell it.
What's your level? Radon Defense Midwest can help. Visit radonradio.com for a special offer. That's radonradio.com.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Come at me, listeners.
On 1620, The Zone.
Did you see yesterday there was a guy in San Francisco who climbed a 60-floor tower?
Yeah. I have not watched the whole video, but I saw the end of the video.
Is that the real life Spider-Man guy?
That's what. Yeah, that's what people are calling him.
He calls himself Pro-Life Spider-Man.
Oh.
I have no idea.
Stick to sports, John.
I'm just reading.
This is not the time.
Reading the story off TMZ.
I don't think
This
that's
he is a
the
rock
time.
climber by trade. He says he's transitioned to climbing skyscrapers in an effort to end abortion.
Wow.
You know, hey. You
Cool
might not
topic.
have to work much harder,
Cool
much
topic.
longer.
Yikes.
Super cool topic.
It is. He's climbing buildings. That's the. I don't care what he's doing it for. I'm just curious because I mean, this is how a lot of daredevils work. The whole idea of like walking the tightrope between buildings and stuff.
Cool.
All of that. Well, yeah, he went up. It was wild because I saw this tweet. Some guy's out getting coffee and he looks up and here's this guy climbing up the side of the building.
I would not do that.
Absolutely not.
Get coffee, look up, or climb a building.
There were people taking
coffee.
pictures from inside the building. You know, he's climbing right up past their window.
Mm-hmm.
But he made it.
Was this cleared or did he just?
Oh,
No,
no,
he
it's
did it.
illegal.
No, yeah.
You can't do it. So the cops were waiting for him when he
Why would they
came
wait?
back down.
Just
to get him.
Well, they couldn't really do anything while he's climbing up the building. It would have risked.
I feel like if they
Would've-
would have gotten the fire department out there, they
Nick,
could
he
have
was
cut him off at
600
the pass.
feet in the air.
Yeah, there's not a.
He
There's,
wasn't. He didn't.
There's not a ladder
But if
truck
somebody
that will
didn't
reach
notice
that many.
him until he was really high up, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
I find it hard to believe that nobody noticed him up until that point.
I don't know. You could probably, but either way, then
Either
they're
way.
calling the fire department.
Yeah, by
It's
the
gonna
time-
take a
I mean,
while to get there.
By
Get
the
a
time,
slingshot and just.
by the
put,
time
like,
by the
no
time
murder.
he was noticed and authorities were called, he was many stories up. There was no getting him down. So you pretty much had to wait for him either to fall to his death or get to the ultimate destination, and then they could arrest him.
Mhm.
And they did arrest him because that is trespassing. You can't do that. But wow.
Let's get back to the crying kid and the boogers.
I figured you would have been excited about this because the possibility of him plunging, 60 stories to his death.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Pro-life Spider-Man.
That part I didn't even know about.
Yeah, because I know you realized it as you read the story.
Yeah, I didn't. I just saw, he's a daredevil.
He called himself that?
Yeah, he calls himself the pro-life Spider-Man.
Oh my God. That's horrible. Don't give yourself a nickname.
Well,
let other people call you that. Don't give yourself that nickname.
Sometimes people give themselves nicknames. I don't know.
Yeah, Batman never said he was Batman in the new one. He said, I'm Vengeance.
Yeah, and then people were calling him Vengeance.
He thinks that his name is Vengeance. It's not even the Batman. It should be called the Vengeance.
I love the Vengeance.
Mm-hmm.
It's my favorite superhero.
Well, coming up next in Unsportsmanlike Content, we now know who's going to be playing overseas this year. We also know how you might be able to watch your Royals games on your streaming device.
Yes.
And we got a new trailer for the Obi-Wan Kenobi series.
Was it recorded in a movie theater with a phone?
Well, no, because it's a streaming series. It's not a motion picture. So you could actually watch it on your phone if you wanted to.
I mean, so your wife could have also done that with
I know this, Josh. You're not telling me anything I don't already know. I wasn't going to stop her. I was too busy yawning and going, is this trailer done yet so we can actually get to the movie?
Look, I'm just happy that you don't have to go see this because you had to see both Sex and the City's movies in theaters.
Bad time.
And didn't you also have to see Mamma Mia? No, you had to see the Mamma Mia movies.
No. It was just Sex and the City.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
It was bad.
Yeah.
It was bad. It wasn't Vanilla Sky bad. Nothing will ever be as bad as Vanilla
I've still never seen that.
Well, you don't
Is it
want
streaming anywhere? Can we do it in the movie club?
You want to do Vanilla Sky?
Hell no.
I've never seen it.
Hell no.
It's on HBO Max.
What I want to do right now is invite all the friends of the program to be thinking ahead this year because nothing is worse than when the AC goes out right in the middle of July and you are sweltering in your own home. Well, if you join the Comfort Club at McCarthy's 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning, you're going to get a twice a year furnace and AC check. That'll keep you safe and help you avoid lengthy waits and repairs. And speaking of waits, if you join the Comfort Club at McCarthy's, there is no waiting. You go to the front of the line if you have a breakdown when they are busy. It also comes with breakdown fee guarantees, discounts on repairs, and it's one low monthly fee to join the Comfort Club, and those prices will never change. That's right. They will never raise the rates on you. They got live operators open on call 24/7, and there's no overtime or weekend upcharges at McCarthy's. Go to McCarthy's 1hour.com right now and sign up for the Comfort Club. And remember, for over 50 years, the McCarthy's promise, always on time or you don't pay a dime. McCarthy's 1hour.com.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Pandemic-impacted homeowners may be at risk of losing their homes, which is why the state of Nebraska is providing relief through the Homeowner Assistance Fund. Qualified homeowners can receive up to $30,000 in assistance for past due mortgage payments, past due real estate taxes, HOA dues, and homeowners or flood insurance. Funds will be distributed until they run out, and they do not need to be paid back. View qualifications and apply today at NebraskaHAF.com. That's NebraskaHAF.com.
At Baker's, we believe it takes the right team to bring you the freshest produce. That's why we partner with farmers who grow only the best. And that level of teamwork means better, fresher options time and time again. Working with farmers is what it takes to be fresh for everyone. Baker's, fresh for everyone.
This Mother's Day, treat her to a beautiful bouquet of flowers. Mom's Garden 19-stem bouquets are only $24.99. Baker's, fresh for everyone.
After 30-plus years of delivering lush lawns and beautiful landscapes to the Omaha Metro, we are taking our business to the next level. Hi, this is Chuck Monaco with what used to be CM's Outdoor Solutions, and our never-ending pursuit to bring the absolute best lawn and landscape services to our Omaha neighbors and friends. We've merged with industry pioneer Ryan Lawn and Tree. So what does the new CM's together with Ryan Lawn and Tree mean to you? Even more services delivered at even higher standards with continued local ownership. Unlike other lawn companies, we are 100% employee-owned. That means the people taking care of your lawn, trees, shrubs, irrigation, landscaping, even pest control are company owners, not part-time help. Many CMs and Ryan Pros have college degrees in horticulture, forestry, and turf management. Are you ready for the best lawn and outdoor living spaces you've ever enjoyed? Visit us online for a free estimate at bestomahalawn.com. For a limited time, get your first lawn or pest application free. That's bestomahalawn.com.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
We're planning a trip to Spain later this year.
But our Spanish
is pretty bad.
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind. Babbel's conversation-based method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive, bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
No matter your learning style or experience level, Babbel has lessons designed for you that will get you speaking quickly and confidently.
I tried learning Spanish before, but I couldn't stick with it until I found Babbel.
There's no easier way to learn another language.
Ahora hablamos español.
He just said, now we speak Spanish.
I can't wait to use our new language skills on our upcoming adventures.
Babbel, language for life, celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at babbel.com. Just go to babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Mark your calendars for Saturday, May 14th at 6:30 and get your free tickets today for the annual Creighton Baseball Salute to our military community and First Responders Night presented by Hy-Vee. Spend a night at the ballpark celebrating the heroes in our Omaha community. Planned events include pregame static displays, strata troopers, joint color guard, enlistment ceremony, postgame taps, and a fireworks show presented by Bellino Fireworks. Tickets are available today free of charge by visiting GoCreighton/salute.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Nick,
yeah,
naming our podcast interesting. It's bigger.
Yeah,
is the title you gave. Which one was that? Was that the one about the strike zone?
Sure was.
Ian wants to know. Ian, co-producer and conductor of the Unsportsmanlike Conduct theme.
Yes,
guys, what were you possibly talking about today on the show? Did Nick have some questions about growing into an adult?
It sounds like you need to listen to it to find out.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Though, if you're really well versed in naming podcasts, you just would have put Major League Baseball. That's all you would.
Or 2 inches.
Or that.
I should have put 2 inches.
What else are we talking about today?
The NFL. Oh, they've announced 5 games that will be played outside of the U.S. this fall. The Bucks Patriots live from Munich. That's in Germany. It'll be the first ever NFL game in the Deutschland. London will see the Saints Vikings, Packers Giants, and Jaguars Broncos. Plus, Mexico City will see the Cards taking on the 49ers. Which foreign locale got the best game?
Well, I mean, it's easy. It's Bucks Patriots, right? I mean, it's Tom Brady, Bill Belichick Part 2 in Germany.
By the way, it's Bucks Seahawks.
It's Bucks Seahawks.
Somebody typed it wrong. My bad.
I
had Bucks Pats on the brain.
Wow. Yeah, for a second, like, wow, they would have actually put that game in.
Yeah, my bad.
Bucks Seahawks. That's still an interesting game. It's definitely none of the.
I can't talk you into Saints Vikings.
Saints Vikings, maybe. It's probably Cardinals 49ers.
I think that's the best one.
I mean, those two teams will be playing for second place in the NFC West.
Yeah, both playoff teams a year ago. It's the only game, right? Featuring
both teams lost to the Rams last year in the playoffs.
It's the only one featuring 2 playoff teams from last year. You know what could be a sneaky good one by the point
You'll have an ugly coach going up against another ugly but overrated coach.
Jags Broncos. Like, could I talk you into that being good?
No.
You don't think the Jags could make a big step?
No.
Jags not going to contend for the playoffs?
No.
Okay. I think they could. I think they could. It could happen.
No.
It could happen. I think they could.
The Pens defeated the Rangers in 3 overtimes last night to take a 1-0 lead in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. People forget that this is the best playoffs in all of sports, right?
They do. I forgot, and then I remembered, and then I watched some of it.
Yeah, I missed it.
And I watched some more basketball.
I missed it last
night. You didn't watch any of it?
No.
Oh, but it's the best playoffs in sports.
The good news is it's only just begun, and there's a lot of it left.
Yeah, it's going to go on until almost July.
A lot of it left.
Yeah, you got plenty of time.
Yeah.
Plenty of time.
I just missed it. I totally forgot it was on.
Wow, sad. You hater.
I totally forgot. I'm sorry.
I was so bummed. I wanted the Rangers
plus I
to
knew
win.
with all for the unexplicable reason we have, we're saturated with 90% Penguins fans. I figured, if they would have scored a goal last night, half the neighborhood would have gone up and
that's true.
Started lighting fireworks, and I would have gone, oh, Penguins must have scored.
Mm-hmm.
Last night, both series in the NBA moved to 1-1 with wins by the Grizz and the Celtics. Will the 76ers and Mavs do the same tonight?
The Sixers will not.
I agree.
And the Mavs might. Depends on which referees are in charge tonight.
Yeah, I'm with you. I like the Heat to get a victory. I'm gonna go with the upset though. Give me the Dallas Mavericks. Pull off the upset against the Suns.
Dusty Baker became the 12th manager in history to win 2,000 games. All the other 2,000 win managers are in the Hall of Fame except Bruce Bochy, who just retired. Will Big Dust end up in the Hall even if he doesn't win a World Series?
See, that's the one thing he doesn't have. That
He's gotten
all of the
close.
other 2,000 win managers have is a World Series. Close doesn't count. You have to win it.
I don't know. What do they look for in terms of voting managers into the Hall of Fame? Like, do you have to have a big impact beyond just winning a lot of games? Like, do you have to have been a part of a important franchise or important seasons?
See, I think the thing that gives Dusty Baker, if you were going to look at it and say, well, it's not just about the wins. The thing that Dusty Baker does have is every stop he's gone to, he has generally improved the team's fortunes.
Yes, he has.
Right? I mean, he did it with the Giants. He did it with the Cubs. Now, the Astros situation is different.
Yeah.
He came in under unusual circumstances.
Yes, he did.
And while they haven't won a World Series there, he kind of stabilized things to a great degree. So, yeah, absolutely. He's a Hall of Fame manager. It'd be nice to see him win a World Series. It'd be nice to see him win a World Series with the Cubs, but that never happened. But yeah, he will be in the Hall of Fame and a great representative of the game as well. Plus, he is the only black manager on this list.
If you're going to say that he's going to be in the Hall of Fame, I will agree with you. And I think that you laid out a good case that he's had all this success with multiple franchises and that when he took over said franchises, he made them better outside of, again, the Astros, but that's a weird situation.
Bally Sports, home of the Kansas City Royals and 37 other pro sports teams, has announced its direct-to-consumer streaming service. It will cost $19.99 per month. How interested are you in trying this out?
I'll be honest, I am not interested at all in trying this out.
Some Royals fan you are.
We are watching the Royals with our VPN, and we are having a great time watching the Kansas City Royals with MLB.TV. Here's the problem. In all seriousness, locally, there's not enough other sports on there to make me want this. College football, because this used to be a Fox Sports Net, college football is not really on those channels anymore. I'm not a fan of any of the local NBA teams. I don't even know if it has a local hockey team. If I'm a diehard fan and I lived in Dallas and all my teams are on there, of course I would be interested in buying such a thing. But if it's just for the Royals and nothing else and I can watch them a different way, I'll watch them the other way.
Yeah, if you're a Royals fan, you're a diehard Royals fan, man, $19.99 a month.
A lot of money.
Now,
Like, what else is on
when
that
I'm
channel?
not a T-Mobile customer, thank you, T-Mobile Tuesdays, I would have to pay $24.99 a month. I believe it is. That what it is for MLB.TV? I think it is.
Whoa, really? Dang. But you get every game.
But you do get every game. With this, you only get the teams that they obviously cover. Yeah, MLB TV is $25 a month. NFL League Pass is $29.99 a month. And, of course, Sunday tickets really, really expensive. You would have to be an Uber fan of one of the teams that they cover to be interested in this.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, there's no reason at all for me to be interested in this.
Despite her saying she doesn't belong, Dolly Parton, along with Duran Duran, Pat Benatar, Eminem, Lionel Richie, the Eurythmics, and Carly Simon were all voted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Got any complaints?
How can I have any complaints? I've actually heard of all of these bands or artists. Congratulations, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You finally did it.
Hell yeah.
Congrats on Dolly Parton, even though she said she didn't want to be in because she didn't feel like she deserved to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
You do, Dolly.
I'm surprised you're not complaining. There's a lot of 1980s influence in this list.
I don't hate...
In fact, they're all 1980s pretty much.
Remember,
artists.
he doesn't hate 80s music. He just hates AC/DC.
I don't hate 80s music. I just hate all the ones that's about sex, drugs, rock and roll, and nothing else.
Wow.
You mean
it's all very shallow and boring.
Like most songs are in any generation?
No.
Yes.
I do not care at all. I'd rather talk about the crying kid from the baseball game than talk about the Hall of Fame.
What about the Sports Podcast Hall of Fame?
That would be awesome. I'd love to talk about that. Duran Duran, Hungry Like a Wolf, bad song. I like their other stuff, though.
Ordinary World is
I didn't
great.
know you had an opinion on music.
Oh, yeah, I'll have some takes here. I loved Duran Duran when I was in high school. But Hungry Like a Wolf, trash. I hate that song. Just like there was one particular Boy George song that I despised, and I liked some of his other stuff.
I hate that
song so much.
It comes and goes.
Bad.
It comes and
goes. Stop it.
Titan.
No, back to John. We got to get back to the content.
Red, blue, and green. Titans quarterback Ryan Tannehill says it is not his job to mentor newly drafted passer Malik Willis. Kurt Warner says he doesn't understand that mindset. Do both have a point, and does somebody have a better point?
They definitely both have a point here. I get it from Tannehill's standpoint, especially given how he played last season. Like, there's a lot on the line for him. Look, man, professional sports, yes, it is a team game, but it is also your job. So I understand it from that point. Of course, I understand it, though, from the other viewpoint as well. If I am drafted, I am coming up in the world of professional football, I want to learn from somebody that is in front of me. I want that person to be a mentor, even if eventually that could mean that I would overtake them. So they both have a point. I think I would side with Warner more than I would with Tannehill, but I also think it's because that's how I am as a person, not so much because I think one of them argued better.
Well, the other part of it is, now, Kurt Warner was one of those guys who, had to scrap his way up and then got the break and eventually became a Hall of Famer. Ryan Tannehill also had to scrap his way up to a degree and has not achieved at the same level of Kurt Warner. There's a certain level of comfort that you have when you've won a Super Bowl, when you've set records, when you've won MVPs, to pass on what you have learned. But when you're still trying to prove yourself, and there's still enough people out there that don't believe in what you can do, you absolutely are going to be looking over your shoulder at every single turn. So I do understand both points of view. As a fan and as someone who wants to see the game always improve, I side with Kurt Warner because that's kind of what we do it in our business, right?
Yeah.
Young broadcasters coming up. Take them under our wing, even though one day they could replace us. Or in the case of Josh, just stab them in the back and take their job. Like Michael Severe, for example. Poor Michael Severe.
Well, I got rid of Stibbs.
Yeah, that's true.
You killed Stibbs.
You killed Kugler.
Well, he quit on his own. Loser.
But you killed him after. Friends.
No, that'll happen in the College World Series when he gets thrown out. Of the booth.
On this day, May the 4th, be with you. We got a new trailer for the Disney Plus series, Obi-Wan Kenobi, featuring an interaction between Obi-Wan and Uncle Owen. Boom roasted.
No, the boom roasting comes later, the roasting part, when Uncle Owen and Aunt Baroon get cooked by the stormtroopers.
Or is it the roasting when Anakin gets a little too close to the lava because he tried to jump high?
But wow.
I haven't watched this trailer yet.
You haven't seen the trailer?
I somehow avoided it.
I refuse to watch it. I didn't even know
Why?
it came out. I don't like watching trailers for things that I'm actually going to see. I don't want anything to get spoiled.
Nothing's going to get
'Cause
spoiled.
even if you don't know the context of it, by the time you're watching the thing, you can kind of piece together based off of what you saw in the trailer what's going to happen.
Oh, no.
And I hate that. It ruins it for me.
No, it doesn't. You're thinking too hard.
John, it ruins it for
John, you
me.
can't. I think what he is saying is silly, and I would never do that. But if it ruins it for him, who are we to argue? If it ruins it for him, that's his
I
individual.
refuse to watch any Star Wars trailers.
You're weird.
I like Star Wars too much.
You are weird. But, well, I'm sorry I just gave you the spoiler.
It's fine.
That's pretty cool because it gives us a little more context into why Uncle Owen was so anti-Obi-Wan.
Because he didn't want to get burned alive, and then he did. R.I.P.
If you don't want to get burned alive, don't live on a desert planet.
Shouldn't have been standing there.
Be better at moisture farming.
Mm-hmm.
When we come back, it's the bet of the day. We
Mm.
wrap up the program next here on 1620 The Zone. Our zone deal this week is for Le Voltaire. Fine French cuisine. Best French wine list within 400 miles. Get $50 worth of vouchers for only $25. They go on sale this Friday at 1620thezone.com.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Here are your 3 brownie batter and yellow cake batter shakes. Enjoy your Sonic.
You know how you could really win some brownie points with the lady? How? Going and picking up a brownie batter shake.
Don't you think that's obvious, though? Do you think she would know that you're trying to get brownie points?
Doesn't matter.
Why lick the spoon when you can drink the whole cup? Indulge in Sonic brownie batter and yellow cake batter shakes, hand mixed and made with real ice cream. Try one half price in the app for a limited time only at Sonic. Exclusions apply. See app for details. Mobile ordering available at select locations. Hours may vary.
Searching for your next vehicle? Shop Woodhouse first. Over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles in stock and on our lots, with new trades arriving daily that you can explore on woodhouse.com. Plus, confidence comes standard when you purchase a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV from Woodhouse. With our multi-point inspection, transparent pricing, available add-on warranties, and financing options, purchasing a pre-owned vehicle has never been simpler. Experience the difference and drive away today confident and road-ready in your new vehicle from Woodhouse.
Hi guys, it's Andrew with Brookside Medical Clinic. Is erectile dysfunction damaging your relationship? Are you sick of the pill and all the side effects? Well, welcome to the future. We have a major medical breakthrough. Brookside Medical Clinic uses the most advanced form of wave therapy. Backed by 60 clinical studies, our technology uses pressure waves to repair and open up blood vessels. We've helped countless men get rid of their ED. But what is the true end result? Their relationship, even their lives, improve drastically. If you're ready to regain your love life, call us right now, and not only will the assessment and ultrasound be free, we'll also give you a gift that produces immediate results in the bedroom. It almost never fails. This is worth $550, and it's free to callers right now. 402-671-7777. That's 402-671-7777. Put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and experience what I call the happiness ripple effect. Call Brookside Medical Clinic now. 402-671-7777.
Spring is sprung. You looking for a little change in attire? You want to go see my guy Charlie at Rossi Clothiers. As good as it gets when it comes to knowing what you need. A lot of collections are in. There's Samuelson, there's Calder, there's Stenstrom, even Peter Millar. He's got some sportswear that is ready for you. Charlie's got you covered. Unique, timeless, elevated menswear with the best selection in town. I already mentioned some of the designers. How about what you can get? Sports coats, casual wear, shorts, accessories. Rossi Clothiers, the art of permanent fashion. Rockbrook Village.
I first got to know Charles when he was one of my earliest supporters and made him the chair of my agriculture advisory committee. You have the chance to elect a die-hard MAGA champion as your governor, Charles W. Herbster.
I promise you, as the governor, I will make Nebraska great again.
Charles W. Herbster, a good man. Get everyone you know and vote for Charles W. Herbster.
Paid for by Herbster for Nebraska. Paid for by Herbster for Nebraska.
As America finally moves towards ending abortion, Charles W. Herbster knows governors must take the next step. Just like President Donald J. Trump delivered on his promises, Charles W. Herbster will protect the unborn.
We will protect innocent life, and we will proudly uphold the Judeo-Christian values of our nation's founding.
Endorsed by President Trump, trusted to fight for pro-life conservative values, Charles W. Herbster, Governor.
Email Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're speaking another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
The best part of your summer night is listening to Royals baseball on 1620 The Zone. It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
You know, there was some shenanigans going on.
The 1620 The Zone.
Laughing, don't you? Now, it's time for the unsportsmanlike conduct bet of the day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding me.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
All right, yesterday, John had a two-teamer that paid out almost or over $300. Congrats to you, John. Nick had the Brewers. He is no longer the $3,000 man. And the Warriors got cheated out of a victory because the Grizz purposely injured a player early.
Well, and the refs say it's all rigged.
Thank
we all
you.
know this.
Yeah, they allow carries. I'm out on this. They need to fix those rules.
It's about time.
I'm going to go with a prop bet for tonight. I said I like the Mavs. I'm going to be a little safer, though. This probably isn't that safe. Give me Luka to score more than 33.5 points, minus 116.
I'm going to go back to the well. Give me the Brewers minus a run and a half, plus 106.
Plus 106?
Mm-hmm.
Mountains up. Give me the Rockies minus 146.
That's the bet of the day.
Iowa.
Minus 146, you say?
Yes.
I see it at minus 136.
I'm looking at it right now.
I am too. I don't want you to get screwed out of an extra $10 if you win.
Oh, 136. Sure.
Well, actually,
if you lose.
If you lose.
Right. Yeah, you'll win 100 if you win.
Nick, you want John.
It's got to be your bowl.
I don't know what you guys are telling me right now.
I basically just
saved you money.
I saved you some money.
If you lose.
If you lose.
John, thank you.
You're welcome. I just happen to be looking at it right here on the FanDuel Sportsbook, where, by the way, the win totals are out for most of the major college football teams. Nebraska's number 7.5, and the juice is on the over, which means it's minus 140. That's the favorite. The favorite is the over. Right now in our polling, 73% would say I would bet the under.
And by the way,
7.5.
Never got to it today, but the spread for the opening game is also out on one sportsbook, 10.5. Nebraska's a 10.5 point favorite. It's that time of year.
Yeah, it's May 4th.
Let's go.
May the 4th be with you.
And also with you.
Don't say that ever again. Bye.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More Time-Saving Traffic Center. A wreck on eastbound I-80 at 60th still has the left lane blocked, and it's causing delays all the way back to L Street. If you're east on L Street, delays from I-80 to about 90th. A stall on northbound 90th at Dodge is causing delays through there. And then road work still causing stop-and-go traffic on the southbound JFK between Q Street and Chandler, and on the northbound JFK between Childs Road and Chandler.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you